Well, I believe they got rid of my last stream, even though we have fair use. Well, I believe they got rid of my last stream, even though we have fair use. We'll try this one. Why should I live in history, huh? I don't want to know anything anymore. This is a world where nothing is solved. Someone once told me time is a flat circle. Everything we've ever done or will do, we're going to do over and over and over again. And that little boy and that little girl, they're going to be in that room again and again and again forever.
Police say early Wednesday morning there was commotion at the apartment. When police showed up, they found 10-year-old Victoria dismembered, wrapped in a burning blanket in an attempt to dispose of the body. Martins told police Fabian and Jessica gave her daughter meth to calm her down. Police believe she was stabbed and strangled. Victoria's mom admitted to watching it all.
Electrify your metabolism back to teenage levels by eating 1/2 teaspoon of this with water and burning fat like you're still in high.
Hello, everyone. I thought I'd do a video on this map that I discovered about 7 years ago. Apparently, there was a map found, believed to be drawn by a Chinese priest over 1,000 years ago. And I've been fascinated with it, and I wanted to take a look at some things. So, in this video, it's going to be a quick video where we take a look at this over 1,000-year-old map. And anything I say here, please don't just take my word for it. Investigate it for yourself. I think you'll find it quite interesting. So let's take a look at this. Here I've blown up the center of the map, which we all recognize. And we're going to take a look at it and compare it to the Mercator projection. Okay, so here you can see the maps side by side, and pause the video and do a comparison and check out the it's not 100%
Where is everybody? Am I in the show? Where is everybody? Hello?
Well, that's weird. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Well, that was weird. I
Where were
guess I was in. I guess I was in my stream without being in my stream.
I thought the system was messing with me.
Damn it! Let's see. Is this? Yeah, it's working now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Uh, I'll let them know that they're messing with us hard, Nubs. Yeah, StreamYard's being a bitch. All right, I guess I'll play this video some more. Hope Moose comes back.
Accurate. I don't know if any map really is, but just check it out side by side, and you can see how close this Chinese priest came here. Next, we'll take a look at these three circles drawn, and I believe the inner circle is the Tropic of Cancer. Then we've got the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn. They're not exactly where we recognize those lines today, but one must admit this priest definitely had the right idea, was on the right track. So this next thicker line drawn here, I believe, is to represent Antarctic, the ice wall. And then there's an outer line beyond.
He said that it's from some priest. I can't remember the guy's name, Nubs. I can start it over if you like. Just let me know. All right. I just thought I would offer that. We'll keep going with the video. Once again, this video is brought to you by 3 a.m. Foghorn. Please like, subscribe, and share. We are using this video for entertainment and educational purposes. Thank you.
On that. And I'm going to get back to that outer line last. But first, I want to come back and take a look at this, what's represented as Antarctic. So my thought is, could these images here be what the priest was trying to communicate in his map? So probably the most fascinating thing about this map is the priest didn't stop at the Antarctic shoreline. He continued to draw more land masses beyond the Antarctic shore. So what's going on with that? We do have some footage I'm going to show of Admiral Byrd exploration beyond the South Pole. I encourage you to go out there and watch the whole video of the whole interview. I'm just going to show like a minute clip of it, and you can decide for yourself. But I do think it's terribly fascinating.
Morning, Bruce. Good to see you. You're more than welcome to interject or whatever you like about this video, or going with the flow.
that there are this Chinese priest believed the Earth to be much, much bigger than what we know it today.
Was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole because it's getting crowded up there now because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral, do you hope to...
So I do want to digress for just a moment. There is an Antarctic treaty in place. People like you and I cannot go to Antarctica. I think if you're pretty wealthy, you can go exploring and go see a ceremonial South Pole. But nobody can just go on their own and explore the South Pole. So investigate that for yourself. Check that out. I could spend hours rambling about that, but I'll get back to the map. So lastly, we'll come back to this outer circle drawn. And it took me a while to figure out what the priest was trying to communicate with this outer circle. And I now believe it to be the path of Mercury and Venus. Mercury and Venus go through phases just like our moon does. And I wonder if the priest was thinking maybe this was some kind of sub sun and moon for these extraterrestrial places beyond the South Pole. And I think what he was trying to communicate was the path of Mercury and Venus here. And it's fascinating stuff. I know there's a great debate out there if Mercury and Venus should even be seen at all from Earth, because Mercury and Venus supposedly sit between us and the sun. So the question is, should we even be able to see them at all? And I can do a whole video on that. Maybe I will, on the debate of whether or not we should be able to see Mercury and Venus at all. So a lot of interesting things with this map. Please check it out for yourself. Don't just take my word for any of this. I hope you investigate it. It is a lot of fun. Investigate all these things. And thank you so much for watching, and have a great day.
All right, there we go. I think it's kind of interesting to see different aspects and different point of views of our land, our Earth, be it round, be it flat, be it a square, be it a box, whatever the case may be. I really wanted to show this other video I had up earlier, but it seems like they don't want us to divulge this information. Nubs, I'm sure you heard of Graham Hancock. That's who I was showing earlier. I think it's pretty interesting how his findings and thoughts are saying that we are much older than mainstream or society believes or will let us believe. I'll be right back. I have to use the facilities. All right, I'm back. Do you believe I could look that up and we can show that video or what they're talking about, Nubs? I would really like to share these ideas and thoughts. I just don't want to get stricken down again. Kind of sad that both me and Moose got taken down this morning. So let me get this right, Nubs. Are you saying you have something on your channel we can use today? All right, I'll check that out. And we should be able to use those videos. Well, you know a lot more than I do, and Uh, all right. Well, we'll just we'll go with a video and see what happens. All right. I got a video. This video is called Complete Unexpected Physical Evidence on the Origin of Human Life Building Blocks in Space. And this video is brought to you by Mud Fossil University. Please like, subscribe, and share. This video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only and fair use. Thank you.
Interested in life, friends. This just came in today. The far-flung origin of life's building blocks, researchers uncover completely unexpected findings. They're looking into Jupiter and life and meteorites, Imperial College of London, asteroids. Where did all of these come from? And what does it mean? How did they originally become what they are? And what are they? And what were they from? And where did they come from? And what does it indicate about life and the building blocks of life? Well, let's get into it. Okay, my outstanding friends, Roger once again. And today we're going to be looking at a meteorite. And this is an iron meteorite. See the little magnet here? It's magnetic. Now, when the iron meteorites come through the space, they actually smelt. Smelting means to burn off all the cheap stuff. Now, the bigger the meteorite, the more cheap stuff burn off. This is a very small iron meteorite, so it's still got a lot of the cheap stuff. And I have it in the microscope right now, this little microscope, telescoping microscope. And I'm going to show you it is virtually identical to what they are showing here, which is what they're claiming to be a new minerals. There's new minerals that they say they found. Now, let's see if I can show you them in my microscope. I have to turn the lights off. Now, remember these structures. You see these little things? They're in the black here, these little black globular places, primarily in the black. And then they found some other stuff. But let's see what I show you. Remember the meteorite right there? Here it is in the microscope. Now, you remember those little white fibers? There they are right there. All right, and this is that black matrix. All right, now these are the white fibers. And the reason they didn't burn off of there is because it's so small. And the same thing there, those are those little fibers in these black matrix. The rest has turned to metal because this was a bigger meteorite and it smelted more. Now we're going to be looking at this very closely in the microscope. And you see that red spot right there? I'm going to show you biology here in my microscope in my meteorite, and I'm going to show you biology in this one. Hold on a second, because it's all biological. I'm sorry, everything that there is, as far as I can determine, coming out of space is biology. Okay, prepare to be stunned. This is what they call Comet 67P, Churyumov-Churyumov, or however you pronounce it. I can't really do it, but it is a two-piece comet, they call it. And here's what they're claiming is the two lobes shape of the comet is the result of a gentle, low velocity collision of two objects and is called a contact binary. So they're saying this just bumped into each other and now they're held together. I'm going to show you Comet 67P in extreme detail because listen to this. This is the first time they ever did this. Hold on, let me explain exactly what they did. All right, let me just explain to you what they did here. They sent a spacecraft up. It was called the Rosetta mission. And this was done by the European Space Agency. So they sent, and they prepared since, I think 2003 or 2004. They prepared to do this and they sent and it also had a lander. Not only was it going to go up there and follow this comet for years, literally a couple of years, and it's just hung around on it, watching it. observing any changes that happened and so forth, the gases that were coming off. And then it finally landed the lander on there and actually sampled the soils. And, I'm going to show you the details. It's absolutely stunning. And then they just walked away from it because it pointed to the fact that it was not what they thought it was. It was not a snowball. It was literally biology. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. Let me just read this to you what it says here. The Rosetta mission was the first mission to include an orbiter, which is orbited the comet. It accompanied the comet for several years, as well as a lander, which was the Philae lander. It collected close up data from the comet's surface and even particles. They call them Kenneth and Juliet. The mission launched in 2004, arrived at the comet in 2014, and concluded with a touchdown in 2016. And I'll show you what they found. This is the incredible part. They still think they're snowballs, and this is just dust blowing off it. There's a green one coming around tonight, literally, and they still don't know what they are. And now it's called carbon two. We just figured it out after 90 years. We just figured it out. Well, no, it is transition metals. They still think, even today, February 1st, 2023, it's nothing but a snowball. And they're trying to explain why sometimes they glow green. And we just finally figured it out after 90 years. Well, let me see what I think it is. And it's not a snowball. I can tell you that right now, for no question whatsoever. Okay, here it is, 2023, February 1st. A green comet, snowball, they're calling it, is coming through space closest to Earth, and they're trying to figure out why they can see this green. Well, let's take a different approach than a snowball.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Comets are not snowballs. This is Comet 67P. They went up and actually went around and orbited this for, I think it was like 2 years. And then they finally landed a lander right on there. They checked the samples. They watched the gas off. They watched things move. It was very, very unbelievably well done. And then they just dropped it and walked away from it because it showed that this was nothing like what they thought it was going to be. All these little jets coming out this way and that way, and this big, huge one over here, and all of these features. I contacted them. I said, I know exactly what you have here, and it was a little bit contentious, but I could, as you will see, and this is no question what it is. It is literally a body part in space. I venture to say that any real good anatomist, any good doctor, any good foot surgeon is going to know that these are tendon fibers. This is a bundle of muscle. This is an enthesis, a tendon enthesis. It locks in the body somewhere. All I can say is this could be a foot. I don't know. But I can tell you one thing absolutely for certain. This is a bundle of muscles. This right here is the tendons, and they break off as they meet the muscle. This never gasses off because that is the anchor that anchors this tendon into a creature's body. This thing was absolutely enormous, which are the creatures on Earth that were here when this event had happened. And I believe this was when Mars was impacted by Venus and it threw all these body parts into space. The only way I can come up with a solution for that. But I'm going to tell you right now, every single body part, everything in space is a body part. There is nothing that is not biology. And if anybody can stand up to me in front of me and say, "Oh, Roger, you're crazy," that's all they can do. They can't. Can't say no. That's not what you're saying. They just say you're crazy. Well, so what? I'm crazy. Truth is truth. I don't care if a crazy person says it or an uncrazy person says it. And what makes anybody crazy anymore? Crazy people are people that cannot allow their mind to accept reality. They have been so brain brainwashed. They call it menticide. And your masters, your slaves, and your slave masters have turned you into slaves. They cause your mind to be destroyed. And if you open your mind up, you will be crushed. You will be called an idiot. You will be fired. You'll lose your position. You lose your family and your friends. But stand up for yourself, or you are an idiot. That's all I can say. I'm fed up with this whole nonsense of people just being very, very nasty and dismissive about truth. It's disgraceful. See this? This was from NASA. They showed a meteorite that they had. You see that little brown spot and that brown spot? I'm showing I got the exact same thing. This is it right here. If you could look at the front of this, it's going to look like this. I can almost guarantee you, because that is this bone. It's the same bone. And those are the two holes in the top. They link, I don't know, blood or vein or artery vein probably. But anyway, I have these things, and I can show. I have the same things they have. I'm going to show literally everything that they're showing that's coming out of space. I have here in my shop, and I have them really a meteorite here with blood in it. Let me just show you, and it's this one right here. That meteorite has blood in it. It's this. This is the one right here. You see it? Now we're going to put some hydrogen peroxide in those lung alveoli in the cavities, and we'll put a little water. You see, they're just saturated with blood. There's just tons of blood in here. Let's check it out.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing plants.
All right, I'm just going to put it together in one good shot. This right here is the plumbing, right up here. You see the plumbing? Running down from that, which was a lot of red blood up there, is all these veins and arteries coming down. And you can actually see them in this one. They mostly cooked off. You see, this is burnt right off mostly, all this stuff. But there's a few of these vessels at the bottom. You see them right here? You see that? They're coming running around. They're coming all the way down here, running around. And that's where you can see the blood vessels. And up here again was where our main plumbing was. And this right here is all of the red blood boiled out. And
There we are. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I just wanted to make sure because earlier I was in the stream, but I wasn't in the stream. So anyway, am I getting that right? Is he basically saying that all these stuff is fossilized creatures of some sort, and they came down to Earth?
Yep, to a certain degree.
Okay.
And there's actually, he sounds nuts, right?
Well,
He's
yes,
not.
yes
Pull up
and
Google
no.
Earth.
I mean, if you believe in the mainstream media's ideas, then
Larry,
yeah,
pop this down and pull up Google Earth. I want to show you something.
He sounds crazy, but at the same time, knowing some things I know, It doesn't really sound that crazy. Yeah, give me a second here.
I've got rocks in my front yard. Like I specifically collect certain things, like certain rocks. And I have lots of rocks that are shaped very, very similar. If they weren't all one body part, how would that be? How are rocks just going to randomly be the same shape and the same type? You know, having the
Okay.
same indentures or, you know, very similar indentures.
Okay, so it says explore Google Earth. Do I want to do maps or 3D image or satellite image or what?
I just bring it up on the center.
All right, I'll start off with this. And we'll go from there. If I have to, whoops. Yeah. Okay. That's what I got up so far.
Yep. All right, scroll into Africa.
How do I find that?
It's right there. Your hand is on it. You're going to South America. Go the other way. That's South America. That's Africa.
Okay.
Now scroll up. Or drag it so it scrolls up. Yep. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. We want the Mediterranean Sea, which is just north. Yep, right there. Now go over towards the US, so over towards the icons. Yep. A little bit more. Now bring it back up. Like, so we can see Africa.
Oh, okay. So back down.
Or yeah. All right, now back over. Nope, too far. Back
Left
where
or
we
right?
were. Scroll in a little bit. Like zoom in. All right, now go up. 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 Up just a little bit more. All right, now over. Nope,
Left.
too far up.
Left or right?
It would be to the right of the screen. Actually, right there, right where you're. All right. Scroll in just a little bit. In a little bit more. All right, stop. Do you see that structure right in front of you?
This right here?
Yep. And the whole thing, it goes all the way up into the corner over here. So this whole, if you take there, you can see it's different than the land. If you scroll out just a little bit and center that picture, that's fish, in my opinion.
That's a what?
Like a really big fish. What's that?
I didn't hear what you said, what it was, because they blocked you out. But it kind of looks like,
opinion,
it looks like a big stingray, kind of.
Yep, it looks to me like a giant fish. It's on its side, but you can see the eye. See where that triangle comes together, and it darkens. You can see a round spot, kind of roundish, like just. I don't know what you did. You zoomed way in. Oh, yep, you were zoomed in on the eye.
Yeah, that's what
and
I
then,
was trying to.
So if we scroll out, we'll find out what killed him. Because obviously something killed a fish that size. So if you scroll back in a little bit to get back to that same level. So zoom in. Yep.
You're roboting. All right, how's that?
Go up. Didn't change.
I just scrolled up. You're roboting. I can't hear you. You're roboting out. I can't hear you. I think you're frozen now. Damn, StreamYard. You back?
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah, you were totally gone for quite a while.
That did Googly did.
What?
Okay. Now
You're
scroll up. Scroll up
okay.
just a little bit.
I did. More?
Keep on going up a little bit. Yep. All right. Actually,
Okay.
right there, you can see where the poison touches him. So if you look where your cursor is, or if you look,
Yeah.
yep, bring your cursor over to the left a little bit. There's a dark spot at the center-ish of your screen. No, over to the left of the screen.
Like here?
Keep on going.
More left?
Yeah, keep on going that direction. I can't see your cursor. You there?
Like right here?
I don't see your cursor.
Right in here? I see this black line that
Okay,
goes this way.
yes. Yep, keep on going. Keep on going to where it gets really dark in that direction.
Okay, right here?
So just a little bit further over. It didn't do anything. I think it froze. Okay, up from there.
Right here? No, they're messing with you again. I can't hear you. You're roboting again.
Right in the center.
I only caught one or two words of that.
Right in the center of the screen.
Okay, the center of the screen would be like right here. Somewhere in here would be center. You're gone. Yeah, you're twirling. Damn, StreamYard. Don't want us to learn anything. Wow. All right. Boy, they're messing with you hard, huh?
Oh yeah. All right. So right in the center of your screen is where the poison hit. And
Okay,
if
center
you go
right here.
up,
Okay.
nope,
Left.
just to the left.
Right
Yep,
here.
where it's dark.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. And then if you go north and towards Egypt would be to the right. So go back up to see where you can see the Gulf. Just drag it
Move
up
to the right.
a little bit.
Got enough? I
No,
think they're fucking.
keep on going. We need to go up to the
Okay.
Mediterranean Sea. This thing's fucking big, and scroll out a little bit. Just 1 or 2 clicks.
Like right there?
So, yep, right. All right, go scroll in 1 click. It's hard to do this via instruction.
Yeah. You're doing
All right.
awesome though.
Scroll in 1 more
Again?
click. Yep. Hit it 2 more times. You with me?
Yeah, I did in 2 more times.
Okay. Now slide to the right.
Okay. How far?
All right. Just slide to the right a little bit. All right. That, if you scroll out just a little bit, I think I pulled you in too far.
Okay, I went out.
All right. So this, if you screw around with the scrolling, you can actually see there's a gigantic fucking dragon that you can see it spit some sort of something, whether it be acid or whatever, that killed that snake or that fish. So like the top of your screen, the green part is like his backbone kind of deal. And you can see the mountain line that creates his ridge.
You mean like right here?
Nevertheless, if you look at
Like right here? Is this where you're talking about? This
scroll
built
out a
up
little
part?
bit.
Like right
No, the
here?
thing's the size of the fucking northern coast of Africa.
Oh.
Like the dragon is
So
fucking
this whole thing here then, this blue part?
that whole section is the dragon. Yes, the whole fucking section. It is massive. It's like twice the size of the fish.
Huh. I don't see this blue part right here. That's what you're talking about, this big huge blue part?
He sits right on the coastline. He is the coastline. And then there's another dragon in the Americas. That one, I would have to mess with your system to show it to you, like be able to scroll in and scroll out. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. So if you were to scroll in just a little bit to where we could see the fish, because they're on.
Oh, okay. I see the dragon now. Damn it, he got booted. Fucking StreamYard. That is cool. Yeah, I've never heard anything about this, but it's pretty damn interesting. And like I said, if you listen to or believe in the mainstream ideas, then yes, he sounds crazy. But to me, I don't think it's really per se crazy. I just think it's a interesting idea and something to think about. Definitely. Did you come back, Nubs? I found the dragon. He's right here. Here's his head. There's his ears. He's spitting out this way. Yeah, he's pretty good size. That looks like his arm there, kind of. Huh. That is cool. Well, until he comes back, I think I'm going to show this other video we were showing to begin with. This shit's kind of cool.
This is a
Damn it. Ow. All right. So, morning, Sly. Uh, we were doing a couple different things here this morning. Nubs was here. I'll show you this for, well, all right. Here's what we'll do. Nubs is having problems. Um, Nubs was showing me this thing on Google Earth. If you look right here, there's, to me, this, and he was saying also, this looks like a dragon. Here's the dragon's head who's spitting poison out, I guess, at this fish, which is down below. Um, yeah, I found the dragon, I believe anyway, this whole thing right here. I see his head. This looks like an arm. And there it looks like he's spitting something out of his mouth. That is cool. Mouth. spit, arm, body. Is that the one you were talking about? Or am I seeing something that's not there? So how's Sly doing this morning? You see an alligator, huh? That's pretty cool. I don't see an alligator myself, but where do you see the alligator? I believe this is and I could be wrong, but from what I'm seeing and what Nubs was telling me, to me this looks like the dragon head here. Am I in the right place, Nubs? Are you still here? Well, I haven't moved from where we were. Yeah, it'd be the northern coast of the Africa. Ah, you're funny, Sly. um, all right. Well, I think I'm going to go back to the video for now. I'll leave the. All right, Nubs.
Top, where the blood comes in and out of the heart. That's it. The rest is strictly there to do that. You see this?
There should be a link in chat. I put one there earlier. Maybe I didn't. Could have swore I did. Maybe that was from the stream before. No, because Moose and Nubs was up here. So there has to be a link. I'll post another one though. All right, there's another one.
Two perceived before.
Morning, Sly. Good to see you, Daryl.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you. You sounding good.
All right. I just wanted to. I gotta keep moving though. Okay.
Not a problem.
So what's going on?
We were first starting. I very first started the new stream earlier, and it had to do with it was a Joe Rogan video, and it had to do with humans being a lot older than society wants us to believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then they took that video right down, even though I claimed fair use and entertainment and all that other stuff. But they took that video down. So then I started this one. And this one was about this man basically saying all these meteors are actually parts of creatures or beings, some kind of living entity that was in space that fell to Earth. And it's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went from there to that dragon thing Nubs was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured since he was gone, we'd go back to the video.
Okay. Well, I can't watch.
Well, you can hear, you'll listen, you can hear what he's saying. So
Yes. Yes.
Before in nature discovered an asteroid that fell to Earth. Remember I showed you that little red spot? Look at that red spot right there. That is blood. And this was biology. And this was where the blood entered this, whatever it was. Now, there's a lot of metal here. So there's a lot, blood turns to metals. That's what happens. When it smelts off in the blood, it turns to metal. And you can see red spots here and there. And all of that stuff was where blood entered and serviced through this piece of biology, whatever it was. And I've seen these everywhere. I've shown this many, many times. And mine here, I have two meteorites. The one I have in the microscope I showed you is right there, and there's the flakes that they talked about. And I'm going to show you another one that came in that cooked off in a different way and is not a lung, which is in my microscope. It is a fingertip. And it cooked off totally different. And I believe it came in with the rotation of the Earth, so it didn't fry up like really bad. All right, I'm going to make some claims about this, whatever it is. It's biology, one way or the other. And that red spot is basically the same stuff as I have the red spots in my meteorite here. This is an iron one. I didn't cut it, but it is iron. It's magnetic. This is also a meteorite. Now, meteorites come through space in different ways. They come through with the Earth rotation or against it or sideways. It depends. And when they do, they cook off in different intensities and impacts. Let me show you, but I can tell you right now, that is a meteorite. And it cooked off, I believe, coming in with the rotation of the Earth. Let me explain to you how this would form like this if it came in with the rotation of the Earth, because this is biology. This is biology once again. And I will show you, it's exactly identical to this. You see that? Even the hook. You see the hook right here and the hook? You see that? You see that dot right there, and that dot right there, and that dot right there, and that dot right there? Those are blood vessels. You see this blood vessel here and blood vessel here? These blood vessels exploded because it was wet coming in through space. This is a terrestrial fingertip from another giant. These are giant fingertips. It's identical. Look at it. Identical. And no difference whatsoever. Even this thing down here, you see this gnarly looking thing? This is just a gnarly looking thing here. There's no difference whatsoever because they're both fingertips from giant creatures. I don't know. They look like human beings to me. Now, that's got still blood in it. And it's probably fried up pretty good, and so the blood isn't, like really human the DNA is not going to be in there, I don't think. This one here probably has some substantial DNA left in it because it didn't come through space. Once they heat up at a certain degree, it destroys the biological chemistry. This never heated up to a degree that it would do that. But you see all the little fabrics in this? I'll show you this in a microscope as well. This, everything coming through space cooks off, and you're going to end up with these little flakes if it's small enough to maintain. Now, I don't know even if they're in here. I'll see if we can find any, but this should have some. I think we might be able to find some if we look around enough with a microscope. They all have these fabric.
All right, I'll check here in a minute. Give me a second. I'm right in the middle of something.
Like these little white fibers. They all have them, and I have hundreds and hundreds of them to show. Okay, here's that giant fingertip that came through space in the microscope. It's wet and it's drying up right now. You see all these little balls? These are what's called interstitium balls. They're everywhere, and you can only see it when it's really wet now. You see the black, then the red, and we're going to see these fibers show up in a minute as the thing dries up a little bit. And this has the fibers, it has the blood, it has the vessels, it has the fabric and everything. All of this came through space. And I'm going to explain to you very clearly, I hope, in a moment. Now, let me just dry this up a little bit.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers big. Are you still using Prime? Because at this point, it's the dinosaur of online shopping.
I'm going to put a little dryness on there. Now, what are we looking for? We're looking for those fabrics, those little white flakes. And they are all over here. All right, let me see if I can find a better spot to show them. And then as they dry up, they show up better. But all this is the fabric of the tendon strap. These are all little, as the tendon strap cooked off, that's what was left of it. And it's still got some blood in it. I bet you if we put some hydrogen peroxide on there, it'd bubble like crazy. Because it's still got...
Wow, that's kind of interesting. And I see what he's pointing out, too. That's what makes it so interesting. Yeah,
So maybe some of them asteroids might have stuff in them that cause people to get sick or whatever. You know what I mean? Allegedly.
I don't believe he's pretty much saying that. I think he's saying that there was life on other planets and something happened on those planets and caused these creatures, for lack of better words, and or maybe humans to fossilize. And then once they fossilize, they drop to Earth. And then once they drop to Earth, that DNA, I guess, spawned or something. You know what I'm trying to say? I could be wrong, but
I was just saying, using my words, thinking about, all the stuff that all of a sudden happened, and they always try to blame some other country or,
right.
you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
little do we know, shit could be falling out the sky. And,
right.
I mean,
right. And I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. That yes, that's where we could have got some more diseases and viruses and so on and so forth from.
allergies and all that shit.
I'm sure we did. I don't see how, if there's a grain of salt to what this man's saying, and I believe what he's saying could be true.
Mm-hmm.
If something could grow life, how could that not also kill life?
Right, exactly.
Nubs is saying that the whole earth is a corpse of many corpses and is so our face or what we perceive is as space. Huh. That's interesting. All right, I'm going to be on the side here for a couple minutes. I promise I'll be right back. I'll play the video in the meantime. Nub says he thinks the water is more dangerous than the shit.
I
Asteroid.
believe that. I believe that, Nubs. I believe that because shit drops in the water, in the ocean or whatever, whatever. I believe that. That's why they that's why they farm raising fish now. They farm raising fish.
That farm fish, I think's nasty.
Yeah, that tilapia and shit.
Well, even the salmon, the
Yup,
farm
yup,
salmon
yup. I was gonna say that too. Yup.
it's all to me. It's like mush. It's like I don't know.
You're right. You're so right.
Literally red blood in it. Now let me go find some of those white flakes. I got a bunch of them on here. Well, this is a patch of them in here, but they're not really like the little. Well, here's some right here. These little bars. You see them? I'll find a good spot. Hold on. Okay, my friends. This is the meteorite that this fellow found. That they cut the slab off the end. Now, notice this very roundish part here, and then you have this spot and this spot. Kind of interesting. And then when they cut the slab off of here, you see this shape. And if you can focus your eyes, you see this round spot here? That's kind of whitish looking compared to the rest. You see that? You have to really be able to look at things carefully and understand what you're looking at when you're doing this kind of work. Very, very important to see the details. That whitish stuff there is different than this grayish stuff around it. Now, there's another whitish looking area here, and there's another strange looking area here. And then this came off the back of this. So they cut it, they opened it up, and they turned it this way. All right. Now, I have, I believe, one of these exact same items here. Didn't come through space, though. Now, you see up here? You see that? That structure right there? All right. Now, at the end of it, you see this?
So, if it didn't come through space, how did it get here? I'm not quite understanding that. Was it already here? Or?
I'm here, Larry. I had to answer a text.
Oh, no big deal. I was looking at the text that Nub sent me. All right. Let's see here. He wanted me to bring up the video about the dragon thing. Let's see here. Shit, how can I do this? All right, here we go. Whoops. Yeah, I am. I'm playing it right now.
And in that day the Lord with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing servant, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. Now, is that two things? Is that one thing? There's a lot of confusion around the dragon and the Leviathan. Let's look deeper. All right, what you're going to see here is two creatures. You call them whatever you want to call them. That, to me, is a giant fish, and that's the body of the fish and the tail, and that's the fin at the top. The head is pretty much obscured, but now, so that is one gigantic creature, and if we look closely, we can see the scales and everything. It's a fish, and that's all I can say is it's a fish. Now, whatever that means, I don't know. And what is right above it? A dragon. So we have two creatures here, and they both appear to be dead and decaying in the desert. And this is the dragon. Shown it
I see it now.
literally hundreds of times. People are getting upset I show it so much. Now, what do we see? I see a great and mighty sword cut right across that throat. And that's where it bled out in the desert. Once again, showed it a bazillion times. Now, I think he hit him more than once because I found some other cuts down here that are not as catastrophic, but still like maybe got whacked a few times. Now, and that dragon goes the entire length of North Africa, and it is completely red. If you look very closely, you can see all the redness to it. And that's what they talked about, the red dragon.
I can see it now. I was totally looking in the wrong spot. That's really cool.
And that's where the Red Sea probably came from.
Could be.
And this is
Because he
the
bled out, right?
Yeah.
texture of its dragon wings or whatever they were. And when this happened, this was an ocean. So, because he said they lived in the sea, and he said, "Oh, Roger, how do you mean that's not an ocean? It's a desert." Well, it is
See,
now.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
And it was an ocean. And what happened was right over here. You see that? It ran out just like a funnel right out into the ocean. And Plato talks about it is when Atlantis collapsed. Atlantis is right there. This whole thing ran out, this whole ocean drained right out there. Plato said they will never talk about mud again after this event. There was so much mud. And there was a strait. They talked about the straits being a problem. And it happened right over here, right over the edge of the straits. It gave way, you see? And all of that cascaded down into the ocean. So there is your ocean or your sea. There was, I think they called it the Libyan Sea at one point. And there's the two creatures. I don't know. It looks like it to me. I see something going on there. So let's go a little deeper. This gets pretty interesting because this goes into Revelations, and Isaiah talked about these creatures. I mean, it's hard to even put into words what to say. What do you say? I never even could. Who would ever, in their right mind, think any of this stuff could be possible? But if to deny your eyes, then you got an issue. So we have to think, at least think, and then you can laugh if you want. But if you don't think, after seeing what I just showed you, then I don't know what to say about your mind. Because this is pretty serious stuff if it's true. And it appears to be pretty accurate to me. Something in the ancient texts and the ancient days and the ancient people, they knew all these things very well until very recently when we became enlightened. And then we said, oh, no, everything evolved from dead dust and a big bang. There's no God, there's no creation, that's all.
The guy I was watching last night on Netflix said that he believed Atlantis was closer to Florida and the Bahamas, somewhere in that area, I believe. I could be wrong, but yeah, I've never heard that theory that Atlantis is in the area that he's talking about. Atlantis in America? So you think there was more than one Atlantis? Is that what you're saying? I've never heard that.
Well, I believe that everything was labeled once they studied history. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, well, that goes to like the movie or show I was watching last night on Netflix. This man was, society wants us to believe humans have only been here for such a period, but he's saying humans have been here much longer than society wants to admit. And he comes up with all this proof showing that they did exist, but it doesn't fit their narrative, so they won't accept it. So is that what you're saying, Nubs? Okay. Atlantis was Florida and the Bahamas in that whole area. Correct. Okay. That's basically what I understood that guy was saying last night. But I just want to make clear, are you saying there's only one Atlantis, or do you think there was more than one? Because I've never heard that theory. So if that's true, I definitely want to check that out.
Oh, nonsense. They're talking about monsters, dragons, leviathans. What a bunch of morons. Well, they said that would happen too. I mean, it's just amazing how accurate the ancient words were. Okay, I'm leaving it at this for today. King James Version, Revelation 12. There appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, standing on the moon. Upon her head a crown of 12 stars, and she being with child cried, travailing in birth and pained to be delivered. She's having a baby on the moon. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. He was there to devour the child. He drew his tail back and drew the third part of the stars of heaven, which was supposed to be 600 watchers. 200 would be 1/3, and cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman.
I think I lost you, Sly. You're not in the stream no more. Boy, this stream's just messing with everybody today, it seems like. You there, Nubs? Hello.
I had to connect to the Bluetooth so I can hear you.
Yeah,
while
they're
I'm moving
messing with
around.
Can you hear me?
everybody.
Yes, I
Yeah,
can hear you, Hanson.
they're messing with everybody today, it seems like.
Oh,
Yeah,
So,
that's sleep link.
yeah, I
were
got the
you
sleep.
All right.
were you saying
So,
there's more than one Atlantis?
no, the
Okay.
Atlantis, I personally think Atlantis was like a whole culture. of people. I don't think it was just, I think there was a city of Atlantis,
Right.
but I think there was many parts to that culture, and I think it was worldwide, personally.
I've heard that theory also.
What I would propose to be, if I were to find any place that I would say, with the research that I've done, would represent Atlantis accordingly as Plato described, I would say that the Florida would be a very, very, very large candidate, or Cuba. That honestly, I think that there was less water. I think it was flooded, like still type deal. I don't think the water's receded necessarily. I think I know there's a lot of structures underneath that water. And yeah.
Yeah, that guy I was showing this morning was showing a lot of those structures underneath the ground. There was some roadway.
The Bebony Road.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that was pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's a wall. In my opinion, that's a wall that fell over.
I believe there was lost cities.
Well, there is lost cities. That's, I mean, we can go find them in the jungle. In fact, they're finding them in the jungle.
I can't get no water bottle. I cannot get no water bottle right now. You need it. I was
high
going
demand,
to tell
huh?
the chat yesterday. So I was going to tell the chat yesterday, yo, get them water bottles, but I forgot we got water bottle shortages.
Yeah, we didn't.
Hang on one second.
All right.
You going? You going? kmow. Kmow is a good spice. Yeah, you heard that one, didn't you? Go get it. Well,
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to mute you for a second.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
You impatient fuckers. No.
Go ahead.
Personally, I think that history is all kinds of backwards, and upside down, embellished and diminished all at the same time.
I'll agree with that.
For instance, the year of our Lord is 1,000 years that never existed, that the Catholic Church added into the calendar.
Yeah, I've heard that before also. Why do you think that was done though?
Because we think about it in terms of today, where we get up and we look at the calendar on our phone and we go about our day. It's February 19th, 1993. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
When they would wake up, it was another day. Until they brought in this concept of days and years. And I'm not saying they didn't have a way of understanding days and years. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the concept of the date was not as important. And they didn't do it, if you think about it, because we're looking at it in history and saying, okay, yeah, in the year blah, 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 they added 1,000 years. So if they did it, if they were successful, we wouldn't have that conversation.
Right.
No, I kind of think more when you look at the United States being a corporation, right? They had to have calendar days or whatever for their
Right.
holidays. Every month there's a holiday. There's
right.
And we got Easter coming up. You know what I mean? To praise whatever God. You understand what I'm saying? So I believe that along with the religion aspect of them trying to create something, they also created a way to make money.
Well, the thing about
every holiday you gotta
that
spend
is
money.
the religion.
Spend money. Huh?
That is the religion, Shy.
Okay.
Money is the religion.
True that. Money
So
is
they
the
didn't
root of
create
all
anything
evil.
new.
Right?
No.
What's the root of all evil?
The love of money is the root of all evil.
Okay, you're right.
It's not setting your priorities straight.
Right, you're right about that.
I mean, why do we look at a pimp as a bad person when he's just an entrepreneur? It's because his priorities are not straight, but his priorities are straight if you are in the pimping community.
Exactly, and people that labeled him being a bad person, right? That's what they did. They labeled him as being a bad person, but all he was doing was using what he knew to make money. Hoes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, let me ask you this. While they're labeling him, are they not the first, second, third, and fourth customer?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Sneaking in the back while they calling him a bad man. Getting his best girl.
And that's why he still exists, because they know that if he does not exist, then they are not able to exist. Secrets are secrets.
Exactly. Right. They won't be able to have their little fun time. Happy endings.
Exactly.
I know.
You know how this shit works. Then they drop some shit in the water, and then they shorten then they decrease the amount of water bottles that are coming in. It's a circumstance that is made. And you think about it, why in Philly? Are they trying to clean up the water? Or are they trying to use the water to clean up the city?
I think like in Philadelphia is what do you call it? A dictatorship state. Philadelphia.
Well, it's the same as Minnesota.
They believe
it's a Democrat.
Say, yeah, huh?
It's the same as Minnesota. It's Democrat ran.
Yeah, but truly, even though it's Democrat ran, I believe the state is still Republican. I really do.
Now, what I'm saying, all right, check it out. What I'm saying is it's a democratically ran society. However, not
okay, I got you.
That's not
the label of Democrat Republican. I got you. I understand now.
No. I do mean Democrat and Republican, but in a democratic society that we claim to have.
Explain.
Like ultimately, it's not a democratic society. It's only that because we accept that to be what we are. The reality is we're a republic. So we're a republic living quasi under democratic. Hang on, we're a republic that runs quasi under a democracy that is put on in part by the federal government. It's a production. It's a show.
Right.
You get, so we don't.
Is that why they got Hollywood?
Oh,
Yeah,
what do
we're all
actors
part of
do?
Hollywood.
What do actors tell the truth when they're in a movie, or do they lie to us?
They lie.
Yes, they lie in a production for our benefit, and we pay for it. Sound familiar?
Yeah, I keep muting because I'm moving around and I don't want to like give y'all too much noise. But yes, does sound familiar. That's what this whole show. Look, so that's what the whole world has been to me, a show. A
The whole
goddamn
world is
production.
but a stage.
Oh,
What do you think about that, Larry?
I've heard that line many times, and the more and more I hear and learn, the more and more I believe it.
Is it that you believe it, or that you stand under it as fact, as structure?
I have to personally do more research before I can stand on it, but from what I'm seeing and knowing for now, I believe what they're saying and you're saying is true.
Like I personally, there's a lot of theories out there, and I think it's a combination between a lot of theories that will make up what is true.
Well, yeah, to believe that
Guy's
there's
doing the
only
dishes, so she's gonna forget her glasses. She's either gonna forget her glasses or her smoke or her lighter by the sink that she was just at.
is you talking about me?
Is brushing her teeth. Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mute. But are you talking about me saying that I'm gonna leave my glasses, my lighter, or my phone somewhere?
No, not your phone. You're on your phone, so you'll grab that. But your glasses, your lighter, or your bowl. So wherever you're at, remember where you're at.
All right. Well, I got everything with me. I done left the house already.
Oh
yeah,
shit!
but that doesn't
you're
mean
done.
you won't lose it again.
Huh?
It's gone.
That doesn't-
It's gone in Philly.
That doesn't mean you won't lose it again.
I know, right? But yeah, hey, Nubs, yo, I don't know what's going on in Philly is, I think Philadelphia was bought because ain't nothing but construction, building, everything in Philadelphia, man. They moving people out. It's
Wait,
crazy.
whoa. We're in an economic slump. We cannot be building things. What you're saying has got to be a fallacy. They would not be building a 15-minute city out of the, Liberty City. They wouldn't stomp all over a city that was known for brotherly love and bring in a disgusting tribute to Bale. They wouldn't do that in Philadelphia.
You're funny. You a damn comedian. Did you know you was a comedian?
Hey, funny times call for funny times.
Man, Philadelphia is like, yo, listen. If I'm going to start doing tours of Philadelphia for you guys, and stuff like that, because like different parts get different attention.
All right, so what I've got to say on that one is, in West Philadelphia, born and raised, and a playground is where I spent most of my days.
They don't took
chilling out,
over
maxing, relaxing, all cool and all, shooting some b-ball outside of school when a couple of guys who was up to no good Started making trouble in my neighborhood. I got in one little fight. My mom's got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." I whistled for a cab, and when it came near, the license plate said fresh and had dice in the mirror. If anything, I could say that this cab was rare, but I thought, nah, forget it. You're home to Bel Air. I pulled up to the house about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the cabbie, "You're home. Smell you later." Looked at my kingdom, I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air. I forgot the last verse.
You gotta say that song is not yours to YouTube, and you don't own the rights to that song. You're just singing it.
For entertainment purposes only.
Yes, you gotta tell YouTube, man, because Larry will get a strike just for you from you singing.
Look, they already took me and Moose down this morning.
Yeah. See, I'm telling you, man, you gotta be careful with YouTube. They don't play. And they look, it's the good shit that they don't play with. The crazy shit, they go on. They look, that shit go on for months.
Yeah.
But let us be talking and having a good time. We get the blur, we get the this, we get the that, we get to take it down.
All
right, y'all going back on mute. I'm brushing my teeth again.
All right, we lost Nubs.
He'll be back.
So I guess I'll play this video.
One which was ready to be delivered.
Welcome back.
That song not attributed to Larry Irish. It was merely for entertainment purposes, as well as educational, as it was quite educational.
There you go. Hello.
You know what you learned?
Yeah, they're already.
Do you know how it was educational?
What's that?
The way it is educational, I find out that I watched a lot of Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah, they're roboting you again.
Of course they are. I go from.
Wait, they said that black chick and them two white men having fun again. Oh no.
No for you.
No soup for you.
Yep. Definitely watch that show way too much. Anyways, I got to figure out what I'm going to be doing.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm going to bounce. But long story short,
you take care.
Long story short, the world's not what we think, and history isn't either.
Yeah, that's a big head.
Because I believe history was written to their understanding. They really didn't know anything about what they was writing. They just read some shit in the rocks, and they said, "Okay, this is history." They seen the dead fish and the dragon, and they said,
I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of actual intentional nefarious acts. I think there's also some people that were very naive.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, and then there's a shred of what actually happened.
They said, no, don't write the truth. They said, no, don't write the truth. Are you kidding me? If you write the truth, they're going to turn on us.
Well, they use the language against us.
Yeah. Talking about the Bible?
It's like, I mean, you think about it, the Tower of Babel is a great excuse or a great example. Why was it made?
wait. Let me find the water bottle. Hold up. Hold the hell up. They is just playing with us this morning. I'm here to go find the water bottle. Hold on, Nubs. Hold on. They just playing with us, man. I'm gonna find one. Wait a minute. I'm looking. I got a spare water bottle somewhere.
Well, I just double checked my internet speed, and it's definitely not coming from me because I have 150 download and 30 upload, so it's not me. It's StreamYard messing with us, definitely.
Oh well, I can't find a water bottle. Sorry, Dubs.
All right, you have a great day, Nubs, and thank you for your info once again.
Bye, Nubby Nubs.
All right, I think I'll play the rest of this video, and then I'll probably, if nobody shows up, end up cutting it from there. But we'll see what happens.
I don't care. You don't have to stay with me. I don't care. See you. Don't let the good Lord split you.
You going and taking my line from me, girl?
Yup.
Right on. Here we go.
Devour her child as soon as it was born. And she brought forth a man child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. Her child was caught up unto God to his throne. Could that be Jesus Christ? Could that be some future ruler? It sure sounds like it. I have no idea. We're going to get into this very deeply, and there is depth. All right. We're going to have to get some interactive podcasts going on and so forth. I'm trying to work on that now, but it's I'm not good at that kind of stuff. I'm just sort of a babbler. I research, and then I want to discuss it. And I have gotten a lot. I probably have more people doing research and reporting to me than any other research facility on the planet, because these people are really interested, and this is all new information. So nobody really has any of the answers to this yet. I don't have the answers. I'm looking for them. I'm searching, but I don't have. There's like a ton of answers I don't have, but I got more answers than anybody else at this point because I know about the mud fossils. Until you start learning about the mud fossils, you understand the mud fossils. You're just walking around in circles. You might as well just be laughing and giggling in the woods, and throwing sand up in the air, screaming and pulling your hair. Because that's exactly what you're doing. You're doing absolutely nothing. Until you understand mud fossils, you have no clue about reality. That's my claim, and it is a fact.
Can you hear me breathing?
No. Well, that
okay. Look, I'm over here out of breath.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm out of breath, right? And I'm like breathing all blowing and shit.
No, I mean I hear a little background noise once in a while, but I don't hear like you breathing or nothing. You sound like you're hollow.
Yeah, it's a house.
Yeah. But I guess that video was a lot shorter than I realized.
Oh shit. Well, good man. I'm gonna let you go so I can get moving. Okay.
All right. Well, you have a great day, and thank you for spending your time with me. And we'll see you same time, same bat channel.
Yes, you will be. I'm like I've fallen back a little bit because the energy is just not right for me. But I'm still around though.
That's understandable, no doubt about it. You have a great day and a better tomorrow.
All right, babe. See you later.
Hey, and by the way, don't let that door hit you in the ass.
Bam! See ya.
Take care, man. All right, I think we'll try to find one more video. Let's see what I got in my history. Nope, I don't really have too much. Let's see what I got here.
And he was a writer during 8 AD, somewhere in that era.
All right, we have another video from Mud Fossil University. The title of this video is called Bodies Turned into Landscape by the Gods. Please like, share, and subscribe. This video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you.
Somewhere around the time of Julius Caesar, I believe. And he wrote a lot. And his contention, these are all his books, and they are, whew. Now he went back to Hesiod, who was the first one to write about the creation of the earth. It was called the Theogony. Now, this is what metamorphosis is all about. Metamorphosis means change. It means transformation. Listen to this. Metamorphosis or transformation is an underlying theme amongst the episodes of Metamorphosis. Ovid raises the significance explicitly in the opening line. In the opening lines, in novum fert anumus mutatus deceris formas corpora. What does that mean? I intend to speak of forms changed into new entities. Forms changed into new entities. What does that mean? Listen to this. Accompanying this theme is often violence inflicted upon a victim whose transformation becomes part of the natural landscape. The victim becomes part of the natural landscape after violently being attacked and killed, as is with the dragon in Morocco, his throat. You know, I get frequently people saying, well, big deal, what can we do about this? There was giants, there was dragons, there was giant fish, there was all these things, so what does that mean? Well, it means to go back and look at what was written and what was said and why it happened. And when you hear about how they established Earth and created,
You're more than welcome to join in, interject, give your point of views, your thoughts. Is more than welcome.
created it to be a paradise, and we screwed it up, something terrible. And I believe Jesus Christ was God's son, and he sent him down. He says, give him one last chance and see if we can harvest any of the good ones, and the rest of them, I'm going to flush them down the toilet. And that's what I believe is what's happening right this minute. It said all of these things would be unveiled in the last days, and boy, I'm telling you, the unveiling is unveiling. Okay, my friends, what are we looking at here? Well, it's an anomaly that is on the Earth in the Cappadocia region of Turkey. And as you can see, it's red, and this appears to be something that has drained out of here. Well, what could have possibly drained out of there? Well, it looks to me like it was possibly blood. That's what red stuff is. So I don't know if they've looked at this and mined it or anything, but you can see it's a runoff, and it just ran right out of there. Now, I am pretty familiar with body tissues and the different chemistry that the body creates. And this is no question, this is some form of a flow that has come out of this particular spot. Now, where are we located? Here, there's another one over here. This is something very similar sort of a situation. This is coming out of this area right in here. which also has some other anomalies that appear to have been some form of a bodily lesion. Basically, it's basically a lesion from, I believe, a gut. And again, we've got some other anomalies here. Where are we? This is near Derinkuyu. All right, where's Derinkuyu? We're going to look it up in a second. But it is in Cappadocia. This whole region here is Cappadocia. And it's littered, literally littered with caves and people that were living there long ago. Now, I always say, look for these type of anomalies, these type of water patterns. Where do they come from? Where are they leaking out of? Where are they leaking into? Why is this chemistry so much different here and there? Well, I pretty much understand why the chemistry is different. It's because your digestive system is different. And this is nothing more than a digestive system. This was some gigantic creature. Now, we're going to go looking inside these caves and so forth in a minute. But whenever you see this kind of coloration, that's different chemistry. It's different basically transition metals that are in the waters. They call them aqueous solutions, metal complexes, and that's what's in there, and salts and so forth. So let's dig deep, because I'm telling you, I've made this assertion that the Earth is literally biology. Now, there's a lot to discuss about that, but I have found nothing that I can find, literally nothing, that did not start as biology. Now, we've made things into metals. Things get made into metals all by themselves as they decay and degrade, and different chemistry happens inside of the biology. Biology turns to stone. We know that for a fact. There's no question about that now. And sometimes it turns to spectacular stone, opals and all that kind of stuff. And I've shown all of the different things, and everybody's seen the fish and the dragon. If you've been here long enough, there's the fish. There's the dragon. There's his dragon scaled tail here in the desert, leaking its blood and tissues out as it decays, and so does his head at the other end as it decays. All of its bodily tissues leak out. Now, these creatures were on top of the earth, and I believe the earth that's underneath these creatures was also alive. I cannot account for this. There is a lot of discussion here to do. But these were things that were written about in the past. There's actually Greek coins showing a dragon attacking a fish. What can I say about that? I don't know. And I do know, though, that this dragon died as a result of his throat being slashed here in the desert. You see that? Well, it's in the desert now. At one time, this was all water. And that slash right there across his throat bled out in the desert. There's the red blood, and the black is the vein blood. And that's his throat. It runs all the way down from his dragon head to his little dragon tummy. And this is an avian creature. I've gone through the whole thing of the digestive system. It's got a cloaca. So these dragons were avian creatures. Now I cannot account for their existence.
You're more than welcome to join in, interject about the video, give me your point of views, your thoughts. If you think he's right on the money, if you think he's crazy, please let me know. Thank you.
Other than to say they existed. They are now dead. And this area was at one time completely loaded. This was an ocean, apparently, a water body of some sort. And it drained right out there, created the Cape Verde Islands as all of the mud ran out. Plato describes it. And here was Atlantis right here. So if you want to go up here. I've shown this so many times. I'm not going to do it again. It's Atlantis. It's right outside of these straits, and they control this entrance to this ocean.
I'll interject again. Anybody that'd like to join in, interject the video we're showing, talk about it, your thoughts, your beliefs, your understanding would be appreciated. Thank you.
Ocean. That's why the Atlanteans were so rich. They controlled access to the straits, and then everything poured out around that straits when this battle occurred. It appears because they're laying on top of it, and the stuff ran over the top of the fish's back. Some of it, you see, some of this ran over the top. Some ran around. All of the other stuff ran around it, So my estimation is that this battle happened as this was draining over the top of Atlantis, and that possibly collapsed Atlantis. I don't know. These are things I don't have answers to. I can show you what exists. I cannot tell you how it exists. Just like nobody can tell me how everything started. There's no such thing as a Big Bang. I mean, maybe there was a Big Bang. I don't know. But that's certainly not what constructed these creatures. They just accidentally started appearing? No, absolutely not.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young slave.
I know everybody thinks this is crazy, but just stick with me here. Apollo speaks disparagingly to Cupid, who shoots 2 arrows in retaliation. The first arrow causes Apollo to fall in love, some kind of a charm. And the second arrow makes the object of his love, who is Daphne, to flee, to run from us, to get lost, buddy. Now, Apollo pursues Daphne, but she rejects him. Get out of here, you loser. Apollo pleads and persists, and Daphne cries out to her father for help. He responds by transforming her into a laurel tree. Not entirely deterred. Hey, I don't care if you're a tree. Apollo gropes the tree at this point. Oh my God. Jupiter catches sight of a young nymph, Io, and lust fills his heart. Io is a moon. Jupiter turns Io into a cow. But this move makes Juno even more suspicious. She asks Jupiter for Io as a present and sets many-eyed Argus to keep watch over the transformed Io. Upset by Io's great distress, Jupiter sends Mercury to kill Argus. Mercury succeeds, and Io is eventually transformed back into a nymph. She has a son by Jupiter, Ephegus. Analysis. From the first sentence of Metamorphosis, Ovid makes it clear that he is not writing a traditional epic. He states outright that his intention is to create something new. My mind carries me to speak of bodies changed into new forms. This is where it all goes through, where now they're trying to analyze Ovid and say, oh, well, he was just thinking this or thinking that. I don't believe that that's true. I believe Ovid was writing, not just fake stuff, but was writing what was he got from all of the ancient ones. He didn't make this stuff up himself. They started into turning this into sort of a fantasy that he made up. I don't believe that's the case. I believe these actually were things that were done by gods. We have no ability to think on this level at this moment. Right? The gods are as immoral as they are irrational. Ovid gets his narrative off to a dark start by introducing the theme of divine rape almost immediately. There's lust and there's this and there's that. We have a lot of thinking to do. There's people being turned into cows. It's very, very strange. All right, I am sorry, but this disturbs the hell out of me. Now listen to this. So nothing was sacred anymore. Bloodshed, you kill your family, do anything. In the Iron Age, the gods appear. They come down and they witness human impiety, just doing anything they wanted. In particular, Jupiter visits the house of the Lycan, who treats Jupiter with greatest disrespect. Jupiter is, I think, Zeus, even trying to murder him in his sleep. Outraged, Jupiter decides to punish humanity with a flood. Because of their piety, Deucalion and Pyrrha survived. That's Noah and his wife. No one else does. Now, that's not, I don't believe that that's a fact. They tried to destroy the earth.
Anybody have any thoughts or ideas? Your thoughts or ideas about what this man is saying would be appreciated. Thank you.
Earth. And they did to almost everything, but some did survive. I don't think just those two, which is Noah's flood people. Now, that's just my take. I don't know. At this point, everything's up in the air. Themis gives Deucalion and Pyrrha cryptic advice about how to repopulate the earth. They must cover their heads, let their garments loose, and cast the bones of their great mother behind their backs. Those are the stones. Initially, Pyrrha is disheartened because she interprets the advice as sacrilegious. How can the desecration how can she desecrate her mother's bones? Deucalion has a different interpretation. He thinks Themis was referring not to their actual mother, but to the earth. They try throwing stones behind them, and the stones morph into people. I'm telling you, and I believe that that's probably what happened. I'm going with these stories now because they make more sense than anything else. And God had all these abilities to do all these kind of things. We thought it's just a nonsense, absolute nonsense. You say these things in college, any university, they'll fail you for being an idiot because you believe what you see. And I'm seeing the things that I'm talking about right now. They did do metamorphosis. They transferred bodies into landscape. Now, I showed you Ovid. Listen to this now. This is a summary of his works. This is called Spark Notes. And this is book one summary. Ovid begins the metamorphosis by invoking the gods. He's deep into the gods. He asks them to inspire the work, which opens with the creation of the world and continues on to the present day, his present day, which was like 8 AD, somewhere around there, and is about the transformation of bodies. After this short prayer, Ovid describes the birth of the world. A creator separated earth from heaven. All right, this is all the biblical stuff too. The sea from the land, the lighter air from the heavier air. He then made beings to inhabit these new spaces. Gods and stars filled the heavens, fish the seas, beasts the land, and birds the air. Men were created to rule the world. And they should have done it correctly, and they didn't. 4 ages followed. The age of gold was the time of trust. Everybody trusted everybody. And that's how people get along when they trust. You see what's going on now? Everybody hates everybody else. We can't let this country get ahead of us. We got to destroy their economy so that we can be better than them. It's a nightmare, absolute disaster what we've done to everything. All right, let's just start over again. I'm sorry. It bothers me terribly. You can't imagine when I watch the news.
No thoughts about what this man's saying in this video? Your thoughts would be highly appreciated.
Just makes me not feel good. All right. What really happened was God said, I want this place to be a paradise. The age of gold was a time of trust, moral goodness, fruitfulness, all the good things. In the age of silver, people had to work for a living. Before that, it just everything was provided for you because you were such a good person. And you did all the things that were moral and right, and everybody could trust you. You weren't a liar. You wouldn't deceive them. All right. So we got the age of silver when people just started to have to work for a living. They couldn't just get by, have a nice time speaking and enjoying life. The age of bronze saw the first wars. That's when people started to say, "Oh, I don't want you what you have. You can't have what I have. I want to be better than you." Some semblance of morality persisted, just a little. In the age of iron, however, nothing is sacred. Even family ties lead to bloodshed. And now it is more bloodshed. I just can't even imagine the tragedies of what is going on and the horrors that these people are. I got to stop from there. I see now they sort of make it into a funny thing. This is the next page of this. Ovid weaves a strong element of comedy into the fabric of his narrative. And I mean, it's hysterical. You heard me laughing. I mean, it is. It's hysterical to read it. If it was true, it's a whoa. While he depicts the god's behavior as darkly immoral, he also shows the funny side of it. Daphne's transformation into a tree is tragic, but there is something amusing about the stolid, unmoving form her father gives her, and something downright comical and hysterical, really, about the image of Apollo copping a feel of her bark.
Landsweeper automatically discovers and identifies any asset in your environment. Depending on the
Just listen to
Chapter
this.
2. 52 years earlier. The pre-Columbian written traditions of Central America tell us that 52 years before the catastrophe that closely resembles that of the time of Joshua, another catastrophe of world dimensions had occurred. It is therefore only natural to go back to the old Israelite traditions, as narrated in the scriptures, to determine whether they contain evidence of a corresponding catastrophe. The time of the wandering in the desert is given by the scriptures as 40 years. Then, for a number of years before the day of the disturbed movement of the earth, the protracted conquest of Palestine went on. It seems reasonable, therefore, to ask whether a date 52 years before this event would coincide with the time of the Exodus.
Let me just explain to you. All the dates and all the events line up in literally everywhere in the world. They all recorded these catastrophes. And Velikovsky went back and did all this. It was 1950, was Worlds in Collision. And we almost got hit by what he claims was Venus. And it was so, for 7 days, it approached Earth. And it's all in this. I'll put a link to this. I'll try to remember the Emmanuel Velikovsky World in Collision audiobook here. Now, for 7 days, Venus approached Earth, and he said it was born from the feared god Jupiter, like expelled to destroy the Earth. Because Jupiter was kind of upset about being tried to killed by, I guess it was Argus or somebody on Earth here.
Has anybody heard about this before, about this planet almost hitting Earth or causing turmoil with Earth because it got so close? I haven't heard about it. It's kind of interesting. Please give your thoughts in chat or come up on panel. Would be appreciated. Thank you.
You know, they just disrespected him terribly. And he said, "Oh, yeah, I'll tell you what, it's all over for you people." And that's what happened. And then I'm going with the fact that they want to try to save what they can from humanity. They probably put a lot of work into building this place. I don't know. I have no idea. All I can tell you is we screwed it up so bad, and now it's just disgusting what has happened to the earth. We're killing the earth. If it was a living body, we're absolutely killing it. Fracking and the drilling and doing all of the things that we should be using the free energy. Anyway, that's a whole nother subject. I'm sorry to get going in circles on these things, but it's upsetting that nobody really cares. This guy was destroyed for talking about it. Literally destroyed. His life was destroyed. This was on the bestseller list for 11 weeks in a row. It was top number one. And the academics were so upset that they forced the publisher to pull the book off the shelves because they didn't like what he was saying. And if you ask anybody now, Immanuel Valkowski does still say the guy was crazy because.
How many times have we heard this narrative before? Somebody spits out the truth, and either they discredit them, kill them, or get rid of the information. Funny how that works.
Because that's what they're being told to say, because nobody wants to confront our true history, except here at Mud Fossil University. We confront what is there. I'm a material scientist. I do not turn my eyes from something that I cannot explain. I investigate. I think. I dig as deep as I can dig. And when I started digging, that rabbit hole just never ends. And I don't have all the answers, trust me, but I got a hell of a lot more than anybody else that is speaking at this moment. Nobody's paying any attention to the reality that we're in because they are afraid of what will happen to them from their friends and family and everybody else. And I agree, that's going to happen. But if you want to walk in darkness, good for you. Not going to happen to me.
Ah, look who it is. Baby, this is the mayor himself.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody have any thoughts or feelings about what that video was about? Your info, your thoughts, your beliefs, your disbeliefs are all accepted. Please chime in how you wish. I think we'll try to find another video and see what happens. Hopefully we get some people to join in and give their thoughts. Would be great. All right, Wolf Lady, good to see you. At least somebody's interjecting in chat. I'm going to go ahead and start another video here with Mud Fossil University. Has some very interesting thoughts and ideas. Let's see. I'm looking for, I don't know, we got 6 people that says that they're in here, but nobody's wanting to give their point of views, and that's fine. We can all learn. They don't have to give their thoughts or whatever. We'll just keep learning, and that's all we can do. Oh. Oh, this looks interesting. All right, so we have one more video here. Well, thank you for your input. Yeah, it's the first time I mean, I've heard of the mud flood theory before a few times, but I haven't really investigated it, and I figured I would check it out and go from there, see what I can learn, and we'll go from there. I have one more video up here. Your thoughts, ideas, whatever would be appreciated. Thank you for joining in today. We have another video from the Mud Flats University. Please like, share, and subscribe. This video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you.
Friend, just out today, listen to this. Longest neck of any animal ever. New fossil analysis reveals dinosaur with a 50-foot neck. Unbelievable. Look at that. Well, let's see if that is the longest neck of any creature ever. Okay, I'm not sure if dinosaurs were the dragons, but dragons were certainly creatures. And this is certainly more than 50 feet long, this dragon's neck. Now, you say, Roger, I don't see a dragon. Well, let me just point it out for you. This is all obscured up in here because he was attacking another animal down below, which I'll show you in a minute. But this is basically the outline of all of the dragon. And here is his throat. It runs right down here. Well, that's scales. His throat actually is here. So this is his throat. All right, so the whole thing here is his neck. And here's his red flaring eye, and it flashes back like this, which is all written about. This was the funny thing is, this is Typhon. It was written about in Apollodorus, that his head was so high it often brushed the stars. Now, you see what we're looking at here. He spits stuff down out of here, out of his beards. There's two beards, one right here and one right here. And they seem to be the source of the toxin, and that's where it came out, down here to hit a fish, which I will show you in a minute. But let's get back to the 50-foot neck. Let's do some measurements. Let's back out of here. I'll erase my drawings and we'll do some measurements on the longest neck of any creature that ever lived. Okay, warning, warning, warning. If you are adverse to a dead, decaying, decomposing human body, do not watch for the next minute or so. This is a rotting human body that has been removed, but this is what the leftover is all of the body fluids, and it was there for I don't know how long, but long enough to decay and have the effluent run out of the body. That's all I wanted to show. That's to prove my point as to why we're seeing what we see in the desert surrounding Typhon, his effluents. Okay, so let's see what we're looking at. I erased all the little doodles there, but this is his throat. And this is the flashy stuff they have on it. You see them in the parades running all the way down the side. Red flared eye, all flowing and all this. Now, how big is this dragon? Well, it's pretty good size. It runs all the way across North Africa. The tail is way back here. And he still has dragon scales here with the bodily fluids running out of it. Anytime you see this kind of fluidy stuff running like that, that's running out of these decaying body parts. And up above.
To me, it kind of looks part snake, part dragon. Yeah, you both have a good point. To me, though, yeah, like I said, this creature, lack of better words, looks to me like it's part snake and part dragon. Because I don't see any legs or anything if it was a dragon. And how long it is and stuff. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it was just a dragon, or do you think it was a snake and a dragon? Yeah, that's true. Come on now, is it a snake dragon or is it just a dragon? This inquiring mind wants to know, damn it. Right, a dragon supposedly had wings and legs, and that's what I'm saying is I don't see any legs on this thing we're seeing in the land. That's why I think it could be a snake dragon crossbreed. I mean, I can kind of see legs in the front, but you'd think they would leave more an impression and it'd be a lot longer for that body. I don't know. I'll play the video some more.
Of here is extremely decayed and eroded. Wow, this thing is big. You see up here? You see all this stuff? That's effluent. It's all running out of his dead, decaying, moisture saturated body. That's what this is. Up here is the actual structure. Okay, so let's measure the neck of the longest creature that ever lived, in my opinion, is from there to approximately there. So let's drag our line down to there. And what do we see for a distance? 272 miles.
Holy shit.
That's a little longer than 50 feet.
That would be enormous. Wow. That's pretty incredible. And I would think that for something to be that big, it couldn't be the only thing that size. I would think there has to be other things that were close to or not, and also compromising size, weight, so on and so forth.
Electrify your metabolism back to teenage levels by eating 1/2 teaspoon of this with water.
Now, two last things. I said he was attacking a giant fish, and here he is. Come in and look at it at your leisure. And his toxins that came out of his throat up here, I told you, from these beards. You see the beard right here? Whatever this toxin came out of here is totally noxious on steroids times 10. Look at this. That's what came out of his beards, right on his face, right below his red flared eye. Now, what did that toxin do? It hit this fish on the back, and it ate right through his vital flesh, so we can actually see his blood vessels. These are the blood vessels. These are arteries carrying major amounts of blood. These are the blood vessels that come down the sides. Off of them come down the capillaries that feed right.
That's pretty interesting. You can see that pretty damn good. I can see what he's seeing. That's pretty damn interesting. Huh.
Right into the veins. This is the vein where the end result of your blood feeds into the vein, drags it back up to the heart. That's what we're looking at here. This is actually arterial, network of blood vessels and so forth on that fish's back. So the 50-foot deal's done. He was attacking a fish. Let's close that case. Were dinosaurs avian creatures? Well, if dragons were avian creatures, then I would assume dinosaurs, birds, they all came from the same thing. And we know that they have feathers, because this has feathers. Even though you don't see feathers here a lot, you see scales. On his very tip of his tail, he has feathers. I was just looking at this, and I think these are precursors to feathers. You see the tail?
So it was a snake, a dragon, and a bird. That's an interesting thought, Truth. Wow. So what's that called? We're just a petri dish then? Is that what you're saying? We're just basically a petri dish? We're just the next experiment? That's an interesting thought. Yeah, I guess that's a good answer. In some ways, though, it's kind of scary if that's true. I mean, there's not much we can do about it, but at the same time, I think it's scary. Well, yeah, especially like I said, when he showed his blood vessels and stuff, it's kind of, I would think, hard to dispute because I could see it and I don't know anything basically at all about, anatomy and so on and so forth. But I would think if I could see it, others could see it too. Maybe stuck in the muck chasing phantoms. Either way, a pathfinder finds his way or moves on. Right on. Yeah, that's very true. Very true, Truth. All right, let's see what else this guy has to say here for a minute. Unless you guys want to keep talking, what's your cool?
Bill comes down here, and this is where I showed you the scales over here.
I'm gonna keep going full screen and back. So if I don't see what you're saying right at the second, I will in a moment. We're certainly experiments. That's
You see the scales and the blood running out. It continues on, continues on, continues on. And then it turns like feathery and fluty at the very end. You see this stuff? This is still part of his tail. All of that is still part of his tail. And this is where it gets kind of fluty, almost like feathery.
Yeah.
You see that? It's almost like feathery, only it's still dragon scaly looking. But it's like this. These are the ridges. Now, I think this might be pre-feathers. In other words, just before they really turn into feathers, they look like this. Because he's got it all over his back, too. These have the same things, like feathery looking things, but they're not really feathers. I don't know what the hell they are. They're really crazy looking things, but they're not feathers and they're really not dragon scales either. The dragon scales we can see real easy. If you come way down to the end of these, some of them look quite a bit like feathers. Only not, you know what I mean? I would give them more of a feather look than the scale. Because here's what the scales look like. And this end is all nothing but scale. You see, these are the scales.
Wow. Look at that.
Let's just look down here. This is a good spot right here. This is all the dragon scales. And this is the end of his body. And this is the fluids running out from the body. And that's just runoff. This is the throat. All right, and it runs all the way down. I mean, that's a good sized throat. And that's all that flashy stuff you see in the parades in China and places like that.
Good point there, Truth. Good point.
And that is a dragon, and that is his throat. And it runs all the way down. And his throat was cut right here, right in the desert. That's a gash right across there. And remember, I don't know if I showed you the green, how things grow green with blood, but this is still oozing some form of iron oxides, which is, and
So what do you think cut that huge beast's throat? And what cut it? 'Cause that's a pretty deep slash. And as big as that thing is, I would think whatever slashed its throat would have to be enormous, would have to be huge to wield something in it so it slit its throat. The only other thing I could think of would it'd have to run into something, but there's nothing there. That's what I'm saying. It'd almost have to be another giant. And then I guess the next question would be, did it get did it get stabbed or did it get sliced?
Nitrogen oxide, nitrous. Anyway, it's still oozing out things to make things grow very green. Blood meal makes things grow very green. A lot of it's got to do with the nitrogen in the blood. And the same thing with feathers. They make things grow very green because of the nitrogen in the feathers. You see down here? It's growing very green in here. People are living in here because this a lot of green nitrogen in the feathers. And the other place they're living is in the poop.
Yeah.
And that's right here. It's just exactly where you'd expect it. Here's his head. It comes down. Here's his body. And that's exactly where your poop would be. And that's exactly where it is. And it is an avian creature. And I can tell you that quite factually because it has two delivery systems. This is the urinary tract, and this is the poop. And they meet together just like they do in any cloaca. And then they come out together, and they're living in the fertile vein.
Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't avian creature or whatever, like, isn't that referring to bird-like creature? Huh. That's an interesting thought there, Truth. So Am I getting that right though? Isn't avian like bird-like? Huh.
The fertile area here. This is all people live in here because everything grows in this fertility. And that fertility is the same thing as manure. And after it gets through delivering its contents here, it comes right out here. The two of them conflute together and come out just like you see it on your window, on your car, brown and black and whoops, all that stuff. Whoops. All right, here's birds evolved from a group of meat-eating dinosaurs. The same group Tyrannosaurus rex belonged to. Birds, dinosaurs, and dragons. They're all the same thing. They all flew. I don't know. I don't see any birds spitting any toxins out, but they might have. I don't know. Maybe they do. All right, see this? It says no species of bird is known to actively inject or produce venom right now. But there are some birds that are toxic to touch or eat. And they say they usually sequester poisons from animals and plants they feed on, especially poisonous insects. Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe they produce them themselves. I don't know. Maybe try giving one of these animals something that doesn't have any poison insects and see if they develop any venom or if they are still toxic. That would be something to test. Because I think, obviously, that dragon was making venom. There's no question about that. And the other thing we're going to look at is the one that's on the east coast of the United States, which is Quetzalcoatl. And I believe he spit venom into the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to look into that one now because Myron Cook is claiming that it is a salt dome. That's I don't know exactly how he's explaining it. If you want to watch what he has to say, but I can tell you what, I believe it's the dragon ejected something into the Gulf. Just like the one that we just saw a minute ago, it squirted onto a fish.
Hi, welcome to DiscountLots.com, the #1 place to buy lots on the internet.
Okay, as I've shown a million times, this is Quetzalcoatl, runs all the way up the East Coast. There's his headdress, it's right here. And he's spitting stuff out of his mouth onto
That had scales and stuff though on it, so I would think the scales would protect it somewhat. And then with that size and being able to fly, I wouldn't think it would be able to maneuver very well, but it'd be very strong and powerful. So I'm not too sure how easy it would be to kill. And the next question would be too, did that get killed from something stabbing it, like another, like dinosaur that had, serrated back or something, or did it get sliced? To me, it looked like a slice.
It looks like right onto this area here. It goes down, so it's not spitting onto something that's big and against it. It just runs off and drools down into this depression. This is a very deep depression. And up here, it's only a couple of 100 feet deep, right? 200 feet or so deep. And then it goes down to, I think it's like 10,000 feet down here.
Holy shit.
Up here, it is 138 feet deep. At the very bottom, it's 11,000 feet. Right in the middle, it's 5,000 feet. So it just hit and dribbled down into here and created a big front as it came down. All right, so that's not like something way up here and this is against it. This is just dribbling down into this deep trench. And what is it that's dribbling down? Look at this stuff. I showed you that toxin from Typhon. Look at this. What would cause these? Something similar to what Typhon was spitting out would give you some crazy looking stuff like this. These are not normal patterns. These are not normal. And at first when I looked at it, I said, oh, well, they've got the same thing over here. I wonder what this is all about.
You can't hear the video, Wolf Lady? Everybody can hear the video, right? Whip Lady's saying she can't hear it. Is it just her? Am I working? Hang on, let me see here. Hello? Yeah, I'm working. All right, we'll go back to the video then.
You just saw what you saw. So I came down here to look close. Nothing like it. Absolutely nothing like it. And here we're only, we're at 4,000 feet deep. This is just bumps. This is like a landslide, it looks to me. Or they also claimed that there was a meteorite that hit this area and caused havoc. That was there might have been a meteorite hit there and caused all this bumpiness. But there's nothing like this here. Totally, totally different. 100% different. This has some kind of structure to it, some kind of a protein, gluey nastiness. Look at this. I don't know what it is, but it ain't normal. And it's coming right out of his mouth. You see it? All over here. And that's Quetzalcoatl. And there's his headdress. I've shown Quetzal a million times. All right, these are from the Mayans or the Incans or somebody down there that left these glyphs and codex about this giant creature who is Quetzalcoatl. You saw him on the map. I can't account for the sizes, so don't ask me to account for that. I cannot. But he has the same beards here. He has the same plumed feather headdress. He runs just exactly like this all the way up the East Coast. His body snakes, which are identical to this. I mean, there's no difference whatsoever. And even the way the eye comes down, it sort of snakes down, snaky looking. You know, he's a snake.
Landsweeper automatically discovers and identifies any asset in your environment. Depending on the asset,
I just want to point out a couple last things, sort of just firm it up. That's his head, runs all the way around here, and that's that snaky body, goes up all the way up the East Coast. These are the feathers that come off of his head, coming right out of Little Rock. And if you zoom in real close, you can actually see that they are indeed, indubitably, undoubtedly, unquestionably feathers. Now, what else can I verify here? Well, I can go up the East Coast and show his feathers exactly portrayed as the glyphs. This is it. This is the same. And the reason they're red, the green up here, is because of the feathers. They sell feather meal to make things grow green. These are the green mountains. And if you can't tell those are feathers, I don't know, you got to do a little feather study. These don't have the ridges quite as pronounced because they're just saturated with greenness. I found a couple that you could see into them. I think maybe one right about here somewhere. You can't really see into it, but that's the ridge that goes right across the top of the feathers. This feather's laying like this, and that's that ridge, but it's going green because green is just loves feathers, blood, and feathers. Those two things make everything grow extremely green. So that's Quetzalcoatl. He was verified in antiquity. He is certainly here. He has, in my mind, spit this same colored stuff in a plume out here that impacted here. Now, that's all salt. Apparently, they claim this is a salt dome. Now, did he spit out salt? What is salt? It's NaCl. Now, did he spit out just the chlorine part, or this is something I'd like to investigate what the actual chemical signature is here. Now, they've drilled cores through this, and it is salt, but salts come in many, many varieties because they attach the salts themselves, the Na and the Cls, bond together with a bunch of other things. So you end up getting pink Himalayan salt, you get all these Hawaiian salts, and they're all different colors. And that's because they have different transition metals. The transition metals make the colors. So I'd like to know what type of transition metals are in here. And whatever else we can learn from there. This is, this is a learning experience. This is, I know it's shocking, but it's always recorded in history. Everything I'm showing you, even Typhon, is recorded in.
So since he just said that the different types of salt give you different colors, with this being green and that looking purplish, wouldn't you be able to figure out what kind of salt that was to turn it purple? I would think.
No, honey, what he was saying was that because of the composition of the land and the water, it's so unique that there literally is many different types of salts and colors. It's crazy. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting stuff.
He said that it was a crater. Some people said that that crater was made from a meteor, but he's saying that whatever this dragon spit out fell into the hole and it eroded some of the embankment away from this acid or whatever he spit out of his mouth.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I missed all that, which sucks, but that's okay. I find this stuff very interesting.
Now, Apollodorus, if you want to look it up, it's Apollodorus 1.6.3. Simple as that. And when you get there, whoa, this is ancient Greek mythology, they called it. You know, they thought it was all silly. Well, I'm here to tell you, virtually, well, I can't say everything, but there's a lot in there that verifies, and especially Typhon, because nobody would ever expect Typhon to be the size he is. He's like 1,200 miles, something like that long.
What?
And
What?
even Ketsi here, he's pretty long too, hold on.
2,500 miles long.
Yeah, it's huge.
Up the East Coast, he's 1,200 miles long. At least. Now, I think he might run all the way up to here into Canada, which would put him up to 1,400. But 1,200, you know, that's pretty full grown.
Yeah.
You don't see them that big anymore. And I cannot tell you how they lived, what they ate, what kind of games they played, where they came from. I would suspect they came not from this earth. There's too many of them, because these are only two out of many. I mean many. If you look around and you have a critical eye and you know what to look for, you will see dragons and snakes virtually everywhere. Now, Jesus said the earth was a body and a corpse. And I say it's completely covered with corpses. They're all over the globe. And some of them, like Scorpzilla here, have a scorpion pincher. And when this one died, it squirted out this would have been a big ball like this. It went and squirted out all that stuff over here. See a little trail coming down? That would have been here to inject into some other gigantic creature to kill him. Now, what this is all about, je ne sais pas. They did say in the ancient texts this kind of insanity was standard. Now, nobody in their right mind would ever consider this. The only reason I did was because I discovered giant human beings, and I fought like crazy with all the universities. I'm still fighting to this very day. They refuse to allow it to be seen. So when I realized how against reality the university system is, I started investigating what all the other things that were written about giants and dragons and monsters and this and that. And here they are. Here they are. So if you want to be led and told what to think and what to say in order to get by in the world, well, then this world is not for me. I'm telling you right now, this world is not my world. And I'm glad I figured that out before I had to decide, or where somebody else decided what world I'd be in the end. Because I certainly don't want to be amongst humanity that I found. If the next one comes around, I'd certainly like to find another place to reside.
All right, I got another one here. Ready? I couldn't find the one Moose, or not Moose, but Nubs was talking about, but this looked interesting.
Friends, this is going to be fun. I have been
We have another video from Mudslide University. Please like, share, and subscribe. This video is used for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you.
shooting a smidge with Tyson. And this is his video about Scorpzilla. And he says, no, I'm crazy. I'm an insane person and so forth. No. So I address him in my video. Now, his only runs 3.5 minutes long. Mine is going to be substantially longer. But I am going to put his at the end. So if you want to go to the very end to watch his first, go to the last 3.5 minutes. So now I'm going to go into my video, and then you'll see Tyson's at the end and see who makes sense to you. All right, let me just outline him real quickly, and then I'll show you Tyson's video. Now, this, I say, is his Scorpzilla squirter, and he squirted this out. We'll look at it really quickly in a second. But this is the tip of his tail. It comes all the way back down his back, runs all the way down, and California is his head. I'm not kidding you. And Lake Crowley is right about here, which is part of his beard. Let me show you that really quickly. But I'm saying this is his head. There's an eyeball right here. His beard is right here, which is Lake Crowley, I believe. Now, Tyson is up here somewhere in Oregon, which is on the back of Scorpzilla. Now, he's very, very upset that I don't understand what he's saying, but I don't. I say this is Scorpzilla. It runs all the way up. And guess what this is right here? That's his buttocks. His rectum is right there. And it's also part of my family history. All right, so this is Scorpzilla's head right up here. Lake Crowley's right around, right in this area here. Let's see what Lake Crowley looks like. And they all had beards now. Don't forget this. They all had beards. This was Lake Crowley. That's his beard. You see this? Lake Crowley has all these like they look like hairs to me. I mean, they are hairs of some sort. And the black and the red indicates the two different types of blood, because they all have blood. You know, you could be serviced with blood. Now, the lake. Well, I'm really not showing the lake too good, but this is what they look like, and they just break apart because they're hairs, and they have sort of little variegations in them. This is what hair looks like, right here. And this is the muddy part around. And I actually have a huge hair right here. This is the follicle, a hair follicle, just a little piece of what gets down inside there that anchors the hair. Wow. And grows it, of course. Now, which is this right here. That's this. And that's where this muscle attaches right there.
Could you imagine how big that... I'm going to have to mute here. Hang on.
That's a hair follicle. Wow.
The train's going to make noise, but that's why I muted. Anyway, that's what I was saying. Could you imagine how big that hair would have to be if that's the follicle?
Yeah.
That would be... I'm thinking like baseball bat around.
That's about right.
That's incredible. Hey, Erm, good to see you, bud.
Has that the other picture he keeps showing that he says are giant hair follicles or hairs? Have those things been tested and proven that it's hair?
I don't know. This is the first I've heard of it.
All right.
It has to do... Nub said check out a video of his that's called American Dragon or something like that. And I couldn't find that specific video, but it's sounding like they're talking about the same thing, because he said part of it was in California and part of it was in Oregon. So,
wow.
So I'd like to find out where in Oregon that's supposed to be and go look there and see if you can see anything. That'd be kind of cool. Might be one of those things, though, that you can only see from up above, you know.
And that right there, that little globby looking thing, is a sebaceous gland. See it? The hair muscle and sebaceous gland. And the hair comes right off the top. So this is not, you know, that's pretty good size, but nothing like what I'm showing you here. I mean, the things that were on the earth, just nobody could possibly imagine. So Scorpzilla is really, really big. He's the biggest of all. And I measured him out, and it's just stunning. So we're going to go be looking at him. But here's they all have beards. You see this? This is the beard right here on Quetzalcoatl.
Have you heard of the powerful method to achieve almost 20/20 vision without surgery? The best part...
You see the beard coming down?
All right, we'll check it out
Let's see, how long is this video? Oh, this video is almost an hour. I'll check the video out and save it. I'm not sure if I'll play it today, bud, but I will definitely check it out and probably play it some other time. We'll see how it goes, though.
And if you look at them on the map, you can see, you can trace it down, look at it. And they all have these beards. So does, well, hold on. Well, trust me, they all have the beards. All right, so don't trust me, but you will in a second. This, again, is Typhon. He runs all the way from where the cursor is here, all the way across North Africa. And he's not even long compared to Scorpzilla. Scorpzilla is way, way bigger. Now, does he have beards? Absolutely he does. And the cool thing about this one is they are the source of the toxins. Now, let's take a second to look at this one. This, again, is Typhon, and his neck runs all the way down here, and he's written about in the ancient text.
Yeah, I see it's about computers. Thank you. That would be cool to watch.
Exactly as they depicted him. And they said he was so big that his head often brushed the stars. This is his scales. Now, here's the cool part. And of course, there's his throat. You see this yellow stuff? And all this flashy looking stuff? This is what you see on the parades in China and things. This is all just runoff of the decaying body. If you ever saw an autopsy scene of somebody that was dead after a week, this is exactly what you see. It's just effluent running away. And this is the structure of the body right up to here, scales. Now, what's coming out of here? 2 beards. And this yellow feeds the beards. Where do you see this? All right, you got Google Earth, everybody does, so you can come up here and look at it, spend all the time you want. This is exactly how he is portrayed in Apollodorus. It's called Apollodorus 1.6.3. Remember that again, Apollodorus 1.6.3, and this is Typhon. Now, this opens up a couple of doors here. Remember I said they all have beards. This is the beard for Typhon. Well, there's 2 beards, one here and one here. But they're fed by that yellow strip that runs down his whole body. Here's his red flaring eye. You see it flaring back here? It's exactly what they say.
If you guys want to interject or have your point of view or whatever about this guy talking about, you're more than welcome to chime in anytime you like, and I will stop the video as soon as I see you're wanting to say something.
Hey, Nubs, now would be a good time to microdose.
Nubs isn't here. He left.
Okay. Just saying.
He had a red flaring eye. He was all unkempt and flashy all around, and feathers and hair and all kinds of stuff streaming off his body. It's precisely as he was described. And he runs all the way across here. And he had the thighs of a human, it said, and then he had coils of a viper. And it runs all the way across, and his dragon-scaled tail is all the way over here, still decaying in the desert. You see that? All right, this is no joke. This is real. And he wasn't even the biggest. Like I said, Scorpzilla, twice. I think it's almost exactly twice as big as this. This is stunning. And the fish is right here, which was being attacked by Scorpzilla. I mean, by Typhon. Oh, man, I'll tell you. Yikes. All right, now, so what was I talking about? I was saying the yellow stuff comes up here, feeds the beards. So let's look at the beards. Here they are right here. See it coming down? Beard to beard. Now, this beard is just not in the battle at this point. This beard is doing all of the issuing of the toxins. And what's coming out of that beard is this. You see that? That's the beard. And it's whatever this stuff is, I wouldn't want to be walking around in it. You see that? And that actually burnt through the fish's back. All right, so don't forget beards. That's the whole key. The fish's back is a whole nother issue, but it did burn right through his back, right out here. And you can actually see all the blood vessels down in here, just like a doctor would if he cut open, actually it's like eroded the skin down.
Isn't that incredible, that picture right there?
That's insane. I mean, like, cool, insane. I mean,
Yeah.
Do we know if any of this stuff has been tested?
I don't know. The problem is, from what I'm understanding, it's like everything else. If you go out of the narrative, it doesn't want to be heard. And one of three things usually happen. Either the information gets squashed, or the person is no longer available, or they get killed off mysteriously.
So they get squashed.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Okay.
Onto where you had the blood vessels, capillaries, veins, arteries, the whole 9 yards. Now, so that's just showing that these things were gigantic. Now, so we know they all had, well, we don't know this for a fact, but the ones I've seen all had beards. That one we know has beards, just saw him, no question. We know that Quetzalcoatl has beards. We've seen those, there's no question. We'll just look one more time. Here he is right here on the East Coast, you see it? That's his head right there. Runs all the way up the East Coast. And here's his feathers way up here. You see the feathers? Those are green mountains. Feathers make everything grow green. They sell feather meal you can buy for your plants to make it grow green. These are feathers up here on his head. This is what the crown looks like. I'll show you in a second. But you can see these are feathers. There's a couple really good ones in here. Here they are right here. You see this one right here? Just let it home in. It takes a second. Look at that. That is exactly like this. Yeah. That is this. All right, and it's over here too. They're starting to erode into the landscape and so forth. But that's what it was coming out of Quetzalcoatl's head in all of the ancient codex and drawings. And this is his body. Well, this is his head. And you see the different texture and the colors. Well, that's because it's different chemistry. Everything is chemistry and colors. But okay, let me get back to the main topic here. Here is his beards. And they do look like there might be some kind of toxin in there. I don't know what. But these are, you can see those are beards. To me, that's beards. And they show up exactly as beards right there. Boom, boom. This is his headdress right here, coming out of here, which I showed you the big feathers. And it goes all the way back.
Landsweeper automatically discovers and identifies any asset in your environment. Depending on the asset.
All right, you see all this green here? That's the headdress. That whole thing is his headdress.
True says it looks like a marbled steak, which would mean that and it does. It looks like, some kind of piece of meat, which would also imply that it was alive at one time.
And his whole body snakes around all the way up to Canada. Comes around here. I don't know how much further it goes, but it does look like this is part of it. It's too coincidental to have that flowing all like that, but I don't know. That's just a guess. But you can see where the feathers do go back to here. Anyway, now we go to Scorpzilla. Scorpzilla is the big boy on the block. Boom. He runs all the way from his head to his shoulders, around the back, all the way up to where his buttocks is, all the way to his Scorpzilla tail, to his Scorpzilla injector. right there.
Wow.
Now, why do I say an injector? Because you see this wrinkly spot right here? You see this wrinkle?
So there again, from what I'm understanding, we have a dragon, we have a bird, and also snake-like creature all in one.
Darwin's grab bag.
We're all petri discs.
Wrinkle, 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 wrinkle. Let's back out of there. That's unusual. There's no wrinkles here. Why is there no wrinkles here and there's just wrinkles here? I could tell you exactly why, because this retracts. Now,
Oh, that's scorpion too. I forgot about the scorpion because that looks like a scorpion tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a stinger. Yeah, like I said, I forgot the scorpion. Good catch.
Tyson says everything got ripped away from here, and that's why it's been ripped away. Well, maybe a little bit, but its function as part of Scorpzilla, it's anatomically exactly perfect. And this, excuse me, is where it withdraws into, and then snaps out.
Wow.
Okay, my friends, look at this now. I study biology very carefully, and
That's pretty incredible. And I could see what he's seeing. And it's hard to believe, but at the same time, it makes sense.
there is patterns to biology, and there's going to be variegations, which are these different structures that hold things together. There'll be wrinkles, there'll be certain fibers, there's going to be elevations. Now, let's look at what we're looking at right here. Look at this edge here that runs along these and these bumps. Now, can we see a pattern? Well, I see a pattern. You see it sort of here, boom, 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 all the way up this spine. I mean, you might be able to call it a spine if you wanted to. Now, is this real high up compared to down where it would be laying on top of? Is this a structure that's lifted up, or is this just something that's opened up like a crevice? Well, let's look at the altitudes. All right, let's look at the basement layer here. If we look at the elevation, it's minus 10,800 feet. All right, what do we have here? Minus 4,700 feet. That's a mile from here down to here. That's over, well, it's a little over a mile. And there's other ones that are even more than that. Let's see, up here we got minus 2,600.
You know how big this thing, if it was real, I'm not saying it wasn't, but could you imagine the size of this thing? It would just have to be just huge, humongous.
Right.
I mean, how that stinger alone,
Yeah.
is pretty damn good size.
Feet. And over here we got minus 11,000 feet. That's 9,000 feet. That's a mile and a half from here to here deep. So this rises up to this ridge, which is quite well patterned. Now, this is literally a pin. This is literally a pin, a hinge that holds on to this Scorpzilla's, injector. Now, how would he inject something if it's all wrapped around like that? Well, it wouldn't be wrapped around like that. It would be pocketed in here. You see this? Think about this carefully now. The pin is here. And I believe this is literally a pin. And that's what it would hinge on. So it would rock back in here. Its
Well, to me, that would make a lot of sense because one being white and then two being the size that it is, which would imply that it's a bone. And if it's a bone right there, his assessment of it being able to retract and coil out is a pretty good assumption. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that say, our mountains are dinosaurs and stuff like that. I've heard that topic or theory or whatever you want to call it before. I've never really looked into it too much until just recently. So it's pretty intriguing, pretty exciting, scary, and it definitely makes you think.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Original position would be to point straight out like this. All right, it would be rocking right back in, and it would be coming around like this, and the pincher would be straight out like this. Anybody it came up to, pan, it would rock its body together, and the thing would be swept away. So don't forget, normally it would be out like this, sticking here. Anybody that comes within this range, and it squirts them. Now, this, I say, is squirted out of that injector when it died, or it doesn't look like it was attacking anything. And I'm not saying the ocean didn't open up. He's talking about all these stretch marks mean all this and that. Well, maybe they do. I don't know. They don't mean much to me other than that they're there. I can't make any heads or tails of that, to be perfectly honest with you. But I can make heads or tails of this. I can see Scorpzilla absolutely flawlessly.
Yeah.
And this is his head. Now, don't forget, Crowley Lake is down in here. That's his beard. And I showed you all those columns, those white columns. This is his eyeball right up here. That's the pupil. And this is his head. And it runs all the way up his back. Now, here there's a shoulder. This is a wing or something. This is not easy to see. This is going to require some work here. But whenever you see these patterns, you see this, something was going on down here, and it sweeps up around here, and then his poop chute is right up here. And you know what its name is? Mount Spur. I'm not kidding you. Tyson calls me a rectum a lot. I don't think he uses that
Definitely has no reference, though.
exact word, but I love you, brother, but you're just wrong on this, man. So you're going to have to swallow this one down and just live with it. You're just wrong, brother. And Scorpzilla.
All right, Truth just said something here. So the measurements that he give us on this size of the Earth is all lies, and the place has to be much larger than we can even imagine, just like some of the old maps in history. Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Blows everything you got out of the water, and you live on his back. You're living on his back, man.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome to DiscountLots.com, the #1 place to buy lots on the internet.
All right, this does appear that it was a scaled creature. If you go back down, you see all these bumps running down, bump, 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 bump. Of course, it's way deep under the water, and but you can see there's absolutely a pattern going on here. You see the outside edge here. You see the outside edge here. Whatever's going on in the middle, I don't know exactly, but you can see there's a pattern going on here. And again, there should be a height to the middle. So if we start right here, that height is minus 12,700 feet. Over here, it's minus 17,000. So we're another mile and change to get from here up to the top of Scorpzilla's tail. Now, if we come down and look at this closely, you can see these same sort of structures, these same This is patterning of biology. All right. Now, of course, it's under the water. You really can't see it all that well, but this is what allows you. These are fibers, basically, in this dragon scale tail. Now, I go for the details just to be looking at something and start screaming about it being this or that. Wow, Tyson, no, my friend. And this here, right here, this is the cleave. What happens is when that thing comes back from this pin, it just retracts right into there. So the retraction is going to have just a pin sticking right out of here and whacking whatever comes near it. You see, this whole thing. This is not just accidental. It's shaped like this. It's not accidental. It has these bumps and bumps and bumps and bumps. And this is this rise in the middle. And that pin.
Wow.
See, there's
Got you thinking
red
on
blood
this
right
shit,
there.
don't I,
Something
Larry?
that fed an artery right there.
Yeah, it's pretty damn interesting. Like I said, I've heard some of this stuff before, but I haven't really looked into it. And it's most of the stuff I've heard have been very recent. I never heard before I came on here, started doing streams and listening to, people on streams. I've never heard of any of this information before, and it's definitely interesting.
The internet is like Pandora's box.
Yeah. Well, and that's the part of the problem, though, too, is you have to look at it as a whole and assess if you think it could be true or not true. And from what I'm seeing, this guy's making a lot of sense. I mean, I've seen,
I
and
don't
I
think
have
he
no,
has it pinned, but I think he has a lot of good ideas.
right. No, I'm not saying everything he's saying it could be totally true. I think, though, he has quite a few good point of views. And me not knowing anything about biology or body or how it works, I could even see, like he's saying, the blood vessels and stuff where that acid or whatever ate away the fish. That was interesting as hell.
Yeah, and that's why I brought it to you, like, in general, because I look at that and I'm like, all right, well, there's stories about this shit. So something happened, because they wouldn't write down shit that didn't happen. Like, that's not how culture was. They were all about honesty and integrity. It was nothing about fictition, to my understanding.
Well, plus, too, there's just so much of these different types of stories along the same line all over the world. So
Right.
how could it be all these people all over the world at different times, or maybe it could even be the same time? Who knows? But what, were they all just hallucinating all at the same time? I mean, was there a big
Massive
party?
mushroom trip.
There was a big mushroom party and we didn't get the memo, or what?
Yeah, that's another thing. Mushrooms, you bring up mycelium mats, they're just as big. So if you say, well, what was feeding them? Well, that's one organism that is just as big or potentially food for massive creatures. Like, it doesn't go outside of the realm of a general understanding of how shit could be potentially working.
Yeah, I've heard that there was giant mushrooms also. Now, the next question would be, though, do you think these dragons and stuff that he's showing, do you think they were a herbivore or were they meat eaters?
Well, if you're able to make, hypothetically, if you're able to make acid by what you're eating, and the birds that are acidic, it is from the food that they eat, I would say that would be how you would get the acidity there.
Well, it also shows that the one was literally eating a fish.
No, he spilled acid on the fish.
Yeah, it does. The fish is still there, so he didn't eat it. But is that because he died? Assuming he even existed.
All right.
Yeah, it's pretty damn interesting. Truth says all over the world has the same storyline of Jesus. As well, you could say they are all in cannots or chariots. They are all real in either way. It doesn't create or devise amongst men.
There's just too much. I mean, you look at the wars that this country has fought since the inception of this country. It's been about money. It's really what it's been about.
Money and control.
Yep, money and control. Because there's no real threat unless somebody pulls a gun.
Yeah. Well, it's kind
And
of like
what are you doing when you pull a gun? You're looking to seek control.
right.
So,
It's
and
kind of
why?
like it's kind of like it when I was watching that show on Netflix last night, and I've kind of always felt this, but never really pieced it together. We have all these different religions, and they're all supposed to be, different beliefs and thoughts and whatever. But if you actually look at the whole storyline per se, not, pick certain parts and pieces apart, the stories are pretty much all the same.
Well, and then that brings up the question of today's modern religions. Okay, what we know, Judaism, Christianity, Muslim, Buddhist, all of these religions, we assume they're the religions that have always been. But that's a big assumption.
All right, I guess I read Truth's. I
Hold on 1 second.
apologize.
I can read it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Your
All
vocabulary.
over the world has the same storyline of Jesus as well. So you could say they're all in cahoots, or are they real? Either way, it does create a division amongst men.
Yeah, I couldn't really. My eyes are messing up on me. Sorry about that, Truth. Yeah, so they're all in on it, or are they real? Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome. Hit play.
Everything has to be fed with blood. And I believe that's just a pin that held that pincher in place. They have these pins. I'm telling you, the stuff we have, no question.
What
Well,
if
you know what? Let me show you
what if
the feet,
pause that for a second.
because I think these were in use. Just
We're also making an assumption that you have a fish and a beast that are fighting. Maybe, just maybe, we have it wrong, and he ate something that was disagreeable and accidentally spit on his best friend, killing them both. We don't know.
Nice.
You get what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's not about violence. Maybe they really were herbivores and just flying around peacefully and shit happened.
Somebody ate the wrong berry.
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe there were a bunch of good animals, per se, or beasts, whatever you want to call them. And then there was just one bad one.
Yeah.
maybe that acid per se is good for them if they're rock beings or something like that. Like, we don't really fucking have a clue, but we kind of have a clue.
Right.
And I guess I look at it as, if you look at it as all destruction, and yes, you could have that path, but there's always the other side of it. There's always another path. And the truth can be found in between the paths. Much like the truth can be found in between what the two people involved have to say. Oh, it's just a piece of cardboard. Okay. Thought there was a fucking 2x4 sitting in the middle of the fucking road. Just a piece of heavy duty cardboard, though.
Yeah.
Thought I was gonna have to stop. I don't let that shit. When I see something wrong like that, that's gonna fuck up the next 5 cars and potentially kill somebody, I always stop.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I might have been able to see it and avoid it, but that doesn't mean the next person will.
Well, I just know they give out licenses to anybody and everybody. And I personally think that if they're going to give a license out to an old person, that there needs to be certain standards, as it is a commercial activity. And if you're retired, then the questionability of that being a possibility, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So test them. I'm not saying they aren't capable. I'm saying when you get old, your response time is slower. And I'm saying for the betterment of society, if we're going to use a license, let's use it for what it's supposed to be, and that's to control commerce. They're not involved in commerce anymore at that point in time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know. Maybe
I
I'm
don't
wrong.
know. I'm not sure so much about. I'm sure there are people out there that their reaction time does get slower, but definitely the vision goes pretty quick, and that's a lot of my problem. Is sometimes I can see okay, and then other times it just everything gets kind of blurry.
Well, that goes
truth.
hand in hand with reaction time, because if you don't see something, you don't have time to react until it's on you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Reaction time is a culmination of the 5 sentences and the ability to use them.
Right. Truth also said we can make our own any storyline. We decide is that the purpose of us being here?
That is a very fucking true point.
To create our storyline in our own lives. And then
Well,
he says,
it's all a reel after the action, right? Well, what do they tell you in a movie? Action, and it goes on the reel.
And then it says Nubs got excited to go build something, basically. They shouldn't be able to travel, but I see what you're saying. It's a slippery slope. They shouldn't be able to travel.
Yeah, I don't think that we should limit anybody. I will say that. However, if you are not able to do something, do not put everybody at risk. It's a personal accountability thing.
Right.
When it's time to hang it up, don't let your ego kill somebody.
Yeah.
Because grandma driving 40 miles an hour on a 70-mile-an-hour road gets hit by the grandchildren that are doing 105 because they're dicking around.
And what most people don't realize is even the smallest cars weigh like 4,000 or 5,000 pounds.
No, it's like you're riding as many horses as you can fucking produce by your motor. It's going to kill you with one, and you've got hundreds.
Exactly.
You know, it's like getting a fucking stampede.
I honestly think, well, I shouldn't say honestly, but I feel that our horsepower rating, myself, is way underrated because I have felt the power of one horse. And to me, that power of that one horse seemed a lot stronger than one horsepower gas motor.
Yeah, you hear my ponies going, and I guarantee you I'd be a lot further down the road with fucking horses.
Yeah.
Well, at least I'd be able to pull a lot more. They aren't going to be faster, but they're definitely have more potential. You know, the more horses you add, you can add and add and add horses. There's only so many cubic feet you can put into a certain size motor.
Right.
You would have to increase the size of the motor continuously, in turn decreasing. And I don't know. I'm not a fucking mechanic. I'm excited to go build shit.
True says, but someone else should not be in control of that. Most people don't have personal responsibility.
I would say it's not my problem, but it is. However, it's not my problem. If you have no accountability, if you have no personal accountability or responsibility or any of that shit falls on you. And there's these things called standard of excellency, and as long as you adhere to yours, then fuck everybody else without like being aggressive or anything. Like whatever everybody else does is their own business.
Right.
I guess that's how I look at it.
You can only be responsible for you and myself and my reactions, not your reactions.
Yep, my personality, me. That's it. So I agree with them that people are just that. They're fucking people. Nevertheless, I'm me. And the standard I hold for me doesn't sway when things get in the way.
Right.
Now, at times in my life, as I've developed that character, it has, but not so much anymore. I'm sure it may one time or two times. Like, we're all fucking human, but for the most part.
Right. And then Truth says, right, no loss, injury, or harm. Then do what you want.
Yep.
Hey, I gotta get ready to go get my blood work done, so I'll be back on later if you guys are on.
Likely excuse.
Yeah, whatever. See you guys later.
All right.
Yeah,
Bye.
get out of here.
Don't let that door hit you in the ass.
Fuck no. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Larry's going to be jealous of the damn door.
Yeah. Hitting that ass all the time, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. This whole idea, I mean, it's definitely, I've got fucking rocks in my garden that I intentionally collect that are like the same shape and the same fucking materials, and they're different sizes. Well, how do you get two rocks that look like hearts that are two different sizes if they're not fucking hearts? Like, they have the holes where they're supposed to be. Like, there's deterioration where it would be deteriorated. Then I have this one, it looks like a fucking head. And when I say it looks like a head, I mean it looks like a crystal skull, but like a brain that has been crystallized with quartz crystal.
Yeah, you showed that one rock you have that looks like a heart. That was pretty interesting.
No. This one, I'll show it to you once I get rid of the snow on the ground. It's outside. It's the size. It's every bit the size of my head,
and then a little bit, and it would be, if it was if it was an actual brain, the creature would have to be at least 2 to 3 times my size.
Yeah. So do you
Like, maybe
think?
not 2 to 3 times my height, but definitely in mass perspective to, it would definitely be taller by far.
So do you think the ice age, or do you think the flood killed all these huge creatures?
Do I what?
Do you think the ice age or the mud flood killed all these huge creatures?
I think there's been many deluges.
What do you
I
mean?
think that a massive amount of a lot of the creatures, not necessarily what we're looking at today. However, it could be, definitely could be. However, with that being said, I think a lot of the old or the mythological creatures, a lot of them were killed off, in my opinion, in the flood of what we know as Noah or Nepishnu, or, there's many names for them, but there's stories that match all across the world.
Right.
I think that's when a lot of the many of them died. I don't think all of them died, because you have stories of, knights killing giant beasts and, gargoyles. And so I think that there was some left, but I think that the flood itself killed off a vast majority of them.
Yeah, well, almost in every story of man or beast, there's always, a few that survived the cataclysm of what happened in our planet.
Right. There's always some survivor.
That's like, I think they just found some big, huge fossil somewhere, some huge creature, and they're not sure exactly what it is.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, they've got plants that are not supposed to be in places that they're not supposed to be. And like, the whole fucking thing is just fucking backwards, upside down, and wrong. Blatantly fucking wrong. And the reason that they don't pull these things out is it blows the whole fucking narrative. So they've got to start from scratch and admit they're wrong. Well, what fucking scientist that's making, billions of dollars in grants and stuff like that, who the fuck is going to say, oh, you know what? I just found this bone and it totally disproves everything that I thought was true. All those billions that you gave me, yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah,
Who's going to take that accountability?
That's what that guy was talking about last night. Is everybody's been, calling him crazy or whatever for the last 30, 40 years or whatever, because of all these things he's coming up with, these lost civilizations, and saying that humans are a lot older than, society says it is. And they don't want that truth to come out because it'd change their narrative. And once their narrative is changed, they're losing their control.
Exactly. Because it means that they are not correct in their assessments. Well, if they're not correct in A, they might not be correct in B. Well, if we can question B, then we can question C and the rest of the fucking alphabet. Why do the conspiracy groups, and I say that in air quotes, why do they all travel in the same packs? Because we're all seeing the same fucking information, because it's hard to fucking keep when it's right in front of your fucking eyes and you're looking at it and you're like, wait a second. So either they're really good at the fucking narrative and we're all just part of the fucking cog, and I'm not saying that's not a possibility, or the narrative is busting up because they don't have the ability to control everything with the beast that is the 8-headed monster of internet.
Yeah, Truth says that he believes that there is some truth in every story, and then he says, "Does man make up these creatures out of nowhere, or has somebody somewhere witnessed these things at some point and passed them down through the stories? Nothing new on earth.
There is
Details
legend.
details get changed, but the story still rumors or remains. I'm sorry."
Yeah, there's this thing called legend. The word legend, I would assume, and don't quote me on this, do your own research, but I would assume it would come from ledger. A ledger is something that you write down shit on.
Right, which that
You
would
write
make
down
sense.
what happened. The Daily Ledger, right? That's a news out or a news group or whatever. Well, that's because somebody wrote down what happened that day. So if they have legends, they came from ledgers. That means that somebody either told a story that was written down or experienced a story and then wrote it down. Either way, there was a story.
Right.
You know, and there is plenty of accounts of dragons and witches and elves. And don't even get me started on the fucking elves, because the elves, the word elf is so fucking close to the word L that with a bad connection on the fucking internet, you can't really tell the two apart.
Yeah.
And they're both, they fall in the same category of, you know, myth and lore and truth and reality.
No, you made very good points, and I believe what you said has definitely valid points. Truth.
So I think Truth is a really smart individual. And I
Yeah.
say individual because I don't know whether it's a guy or a girl. And I say a guy or a girl because I'm not of the understanding that somebody called Truth Not Lies would try to deceive like that. Doesn't make sense.
The irony of it all, huh?
However, all things are possible, right?
There you go.
But I would assume he's a rather educated, whether autodidactically or externally, individual.
All right. He says, now correct me if I get this first one wrong. Legend on maps, and we follow maps, so we follow legends to truth. And he says his name is Scott, and he's from Illinois, or on Illinois.
His name is Scott. Well, at least it's not like Scottita or something like that. So I was correct in my assessment. It is nice to meet you, Scott. Yeah, I think you're a pretty sharp individual. I am also from Illinois. Well, at least that's where my parents did the dirty deed that created me. And I say dirty because I'm a dirty motherfucker. Anyways, long story short, I'm from Elgin originally. Well, by way of my dad and his overabundance to do things. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. The speed limit is like 60, and I'm coming up on this son of a bitch like this. So I've got to get over. They're in the fucking fast lane like a jackass. He's scared to fucking death. He just needs to pull the fuck over and get off the goddamn highway. Find a fucking different way. There is a better path, sir.
He says he's in Aurora.
I know where Aurora is. Well, Illinois is filled with fucking ancient sites. Like a lot of Egyptian names in Illinois. There's a reason, because I personally think that's where Egypt was. That's why there's Egyptian names. I think then Egypt relocated at one point in time. Because originally Egypt was called Kemet, or the fertile ground, the dark soil.
These are loose translations, but I'm not a fucking scholar, so you'll have to excuse me.
No excuse.
You know, nevertheless, if you look at the Mississippi Valley, it's very descriptive of the rivers that are described. You know, with all the rivers heading into that one river, and, you know, all sorts of things are described, but we don't see it now because we were told it was somewhere else. You know, so we're looking for, a Ford, and we're in a goddamn Chevy dealer. Yeah, there might be one, but it's in the used lot. It's not new.
Yeah.
You know, and that's because the reason it's there and not new is because they transplanted this shit. Just like that Ford was transplanted into that Chevy dealer through a trade. They traded information, they traded something, money possibly, power, respect, family lineage, whatever the fuck it is, papers of nobility. I mean, there's a lot of things that something could be traded for. Here's another one. We're down in speed about 10 miles under. Well, no, I guess we're 5 miles over the limit. Never mind. I'm just bitching because I'm a speeder.
He says that's why the Midwest is called the Heartland.
Right, exactly. And I'm of the understanding that Cahokia has a big part in that fucking Egyptian idea. And that's why all the big pyramids, the really big ones, not those little ones over in Egypt, the big ones, they're here. They're here in the United States and
Yeah,
South America.
I was seeing some that were in Mexico. They were pretty huge
Fuck
too.
yeah. There's some huge ones in Mexico. Well, then you have, like I've said so many times before, you have a description of the city of David, and then if you actually pay attention, you can't find it in the Middle East, but you sure can find a city complex that's as described in South America, Pumapunku, if I'm even fucking saying that right.
Yeah.
You know, and then they tell us all these stories about how this animal's from that place and that animal's from this place, but we find in the archaeological record or the actual record, what's actually there in the fucking dirt, we find out that the lion is from America and the horse is from America and the rhinoceros is from America and the elephant is from America and the camel is from America. Like, they're all from here.
So where do you think the lion, what state do you think the lion came from?
The lion is from North and South America. I don't know specifically where. I know they've been found in South America, but they've also been found in North America.
Yeah.
You know, the cheetah. The cheetah is a direct transplant from the Americas. They found it. They found lines. It's the same fucking DNA. The research is obscure. Of course it's obscure.
Well,
But
yeah, we got to hide that truth.
Well, it's not even, I don't think it's even hiding the truth at this point. I think it's not blowing the fucking narrative.
Right.
I think it's damage control at this point.
Well, yeah.
I mean, for fuck's sakes, I can drive around right where I'm at and show you buildings that are absolutely by far much older than what they say they are. And buried. Well, why the fuck would we bury perfectly good fucking buildings? It makes no sense. Decrease the amount of working space that the government has to operate? I don't think so. That's not their memo. You know, and a chat that I was in, the topic of, I think it might have been here or over at Moose's, the topic of the Masons came up and how they're involved. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Not to the degree I think there was such thing as free masonry.
Yeah.
And what I mean is I think the bricks were already there. They were already put together. So it was free for the taking. And it was masonry, giving you free masonry. And I could be very fucking wrong. I could be very fucking wrong. But until I see where there's some, you know, some actual evidence. I grew up in a 150-year-old Victorian. And, dude, they didn't build shit the same way at all. Like, nothing is built the same way. The house I'm going to work on right now is at least probably early turn of the century. It's completely fucking different. And I know there was different ways to build, but I'm talking drastically different, like setting beams in different places that don't make fucking sense without other beams in place. Like shit that just hangs up for no fucking reason. Also, people that turn around in the middle of the fucking street. That's awesome, too.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
Oh, dude, when I'm out here traveling, you better believe it. Fucking head on the swivel, and then some. No, I mean, I don't claim to know any of the fucking past or anything like that. But I know that when I drive in especially neighborhoods like I'm in right now, and they have some of those old Victorians, I don't know. I don't know if my ancestors built these motherfuckers. I know direct ancestors know, but I'm saying like they're fucking old. Like they're old. Well, here, I'll go a block out of my way. I'll show you what I'm talking about. And this is everyday America.
So Truth says probably the plains of America, and then he says yes. Yeah, they realized when they released the internet to survive us, they did not realize what we would discover all about all their lives. Sorry for messing it up. And
all right, you know how I was
discover all their lives.
You know how I was talking about they build buildings and they bury the windows and shit?
Yeah.
This is a church, okay? We're on a hill, right? So basically it drops probably a good 15 feet to the valley at the end of the block. So it's a pretty steep hill, relatively speaking. But here is a church that, please explain this to me. Why would you put the landscaping to go up to that building, right? Making the doors shorter and burying the fucking windows. Not just 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
And look, it is buried. Because there's a different level. And if I go down that alley, it shows it's further buried. And they changed the motif.
Hey, Jason, good to see you. No long time no see, man.
Hope you're
Who?
doing well. Jason C.
Oh, what's up, man? Yeah, like that's not, I mean, that's one of many fucking buildings that I could pick out in a heartbeat. And that's just in this neighborhood.
And it's amazing how many times we can go by something like that and not really pay attention to it. You know, be right in front of our face and not
Well, we
realize
can't
it till
afford
we.
to pay attention.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was implying.
Yeah, it's literally we cannot afford to pay attention because we are taught that we must do this and we must do that and we must go to work and we must pay our taxes and we must and we must and we must. And so all of that shit gets lost in the sauce. You know, meanwhile, you have fucking houses that have cupolas that just make no fucking sense. And it's not even like a cool style. Like they literally make no sense. There's no room to sit in them. I've been in them. So if it's not a sitting area because it's uncomfortable as all hell, what the fuck is it for? You know, when I say like I'm still in that same area, man, oh shit, I can't be doing this. Anyways, you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
Like,
oh yeah.
it's all kinds of messed up. I mean, look at these fucking houses. They're gorgeous. And this is the fucking hood. You know, who built them? You know, and don't get me wrong, there could be a lot of them that are legit and straight up, no worries, all good. But I don't see that.
Well, plus two, I think it would imply that at one time there was money there. Because usually with the bigger homes comes money.
Yeah, I mean, I look at things for the way they are as I see them. And if I see inconsistencies, then I question it further. If I don't see any inconsistencies, then I don't. The thing
Yeah,
about it is like I'm a very observational aware person, so I notice things. Like I notice that the the foundation is way higher than what it should be.
yeah. I
You know,
gotta
why are
say,
you
Truth is leaving. Truth and Lies is leaving.
peace out?
Uh, I appreciate your time. Really appreciate your input, and hope we can do some more some other time. You take care and have a great day.
I mean, look at this woodwork.
I know. I think it's really sad that nowadays you don't see any of that craftsmanship at all. Really, very rarely.
It's fucking gorgeous, you know?
It's like, oh, we just gotta throw them together and spit them out. No care about what it looks like or how long it's gonna last.
I just repainted this bathroom.
Right on.
Looks pretty nice. Looks a lot better than it did.
I'm sure.
Smells like ass, but it looks nice.
Why would a bathroom smell like ass? What the hell? There you go, thinking again. That shit's dangerous.
Yeah, I heard that.
uh,
Now we get to go check on the drywall.
cool. So you're gonna be busy pretty much all day. You're gonna be free later.
I'm always free.
You know what I mean.
Like I'm working, but why? What's up?
Well,
Hang on 1 second. I didn't figure you guys would want to hear me taking a leak, so.
damn it. No, what I was gonna say is we had a discussion a while back about your airsoft trip. I wanted to discuss that more. So when you got some free time, give me a call
Oh,
or
dude,
whatever.
it was a fucking blast.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. That's cool.
And as far as the battery, I saw a couple of people run out of battery, and it was a definite, hey, do you got a battery? So there's definitely a potentiality. I think that if we were to able to figure out how to do a compressor in there as well, like as an option other than a battery option, I think that would also be very, very, like a very small compressor on the run, like on
Right,
the fly
but
compressor.
the only problem with that I would see is you'd have to disengage the electronic gear somehow, that gearbox, to incorporate the air powered delivery. As far as the batteries go, like those ones, that picture I sent you, they have a lot of, they're really dense. They have a lot of energy that they can disperse. You know, they hold quite a bit of, not so much power, but energy.
Right.
So they deliver some power, but that's the only problem with the lithium is either
Hang
they're
on 1 second.
energy dense.
You can keep on talking. I might
Oh,
have
okay.
to say what.
No, that's all right. With the batteries, either they're energy dense or they're power dense. There's not really anything that's a little bit of both. So either they'll last a real long time or they can give you lots of amperage, lots of power.
I bet you'll never guess what I'm doing.
I seen you heating a torch up.
Yes, I'm doing
So,
soldering. I'm
okay.
soldering. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You're having your own safety meeting. You're preparing for the task.
Safety is number one important.
Yes, you're preparing for the task at hand, so you must be safe to do so. What?
It's the task in hand.
Yep. I'm going to be on the side for a second. I got to let my dog out.
Yeah, I'll just talk to myself.
All right, you go ahead and do that. Have fun with that.
Well, Self, how are you doing today, Self? Is that like talking to your ego? Apparently my ego's lame.
I just thought of something. I'm wondering if I could hook up my mic on my headphones on here.
Generally, that's how you do it. What the
Well,
hell? This is closed down as a fucking work area. Damn it. The guy that owns the place acts like he owns the fucking place. You ever had that happen?
Yeah,
Wow, that's
yeah,
very not clear.
yeah, it's working. Cool.
You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Yeah, I think the mic on the headset's working now.
It's definitely working. It's working overtime.
Oh, but now I can't hear you.
You're really loud. I can definitely hear you.
It should be.
Where the fuck are the masks? 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 Where the fuck are the masks?
yeah, when I connect to the mic on the headset, then I can't hear you for some reason. It's kind of weird.
Well, I'm just singing the Where the Fuck Are the Masks song. It's a new song I've come up with. It's a real jam.
Is it going to be a hit, one-hit wonder?
I wouldn't even go that far.
Damn it.
More like I wonder why it would be a hit.
Well, then for that reason alone, it'd be a mega hit because you got to remember the pet rock.
This is true. It is rather backwards in today's society. That is markers, not masks.
You know, it's kind of like when the guy came out with the idea of the pet rock when he first sold his first 1,000. He probably thought, "Damn, I got an idea going on here."
Well, if you think about it now, if rocks were the internal organs of animals, then you really would have a pet that is a rock.
Yeah, but there again, do you think all rocks were some living creature, or do you think that
I don't think all. I don't think all.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's definitely some rock that's like sedimentary and stuff like that.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Is probably.
I think certain types of rocks are.
Right.
You know, without a doubt in my mind, I think certain types, specific types, you know, like it's not every type, it's specific. You know, if the rock looks like a heart, look to see if it has ventricles. And, you know, then if it has that, then we can surmise that, okay, well, let's take it one more step further. And the more steps you put together, well, eventually you're going to get to the end step and you're going to realize that something is something is.
So do you think or believe a crystal is designed the way it is so it can receive the harmonic vibrations that are happening through the earth to create wouldn't be the right harness the energy within it?
I think when you take vibration and you add harmonics and you add all of the things that it takes to slow that energy down to a point where it is a solid state of matter, I think anything's possible.
Well, the reason I asked that because Mom used to have all kinds of different crystals. I mean, like hundreds and hundreds, and she used to show me all these crystals and tell me about different things they could do and powers they had and stuff like that.
And
I don't think
so,
inherently the crystal itself has any power other than what it naturally has. Like, I think crystals are from certain places. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, that'll be the best answer I've got is I really don't know. I
Yeah,
know that when I hold crystals, certain crystals, I feel different.
right. And that's what I think she was trying to imply is certain crystals can do certain things basically for your mind, body, and soul.
Uh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. That's what I'll say.
Right.
Because I don't
Oh,
want to.
no, I don't. My mom, I mean, she investigated what some people would think, pretty some bizarre things. But there again, she had to, you can read a book and kind of understand what they're saying, but until you experience it, you don't know for sure. And she did that with religion too. As far as I understood, she actually lived almost every religion she ever heard of. She actually, became a Jehovah Witness. She actually became a Scientologist, a you know, Baptist,
And
Baptist,
see, I
Mormon.
I look at religion as a very foolish endeavor.
Right, because like I said before, I think they're all basically saying the same thing, just the same story, just in their own
They're
way.
all talking about control.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Every single one of them talks about control. In some way or another, somebody is controlling somebody.
Yeah. So, what do you think about trees? Do you think some trees could be something beside the tree? Like something, like say one of these creatures grew into a tree or something like that?
What was the last thing you said?
Do you think these trees could be some kind of, not like a tree that we know of, a tree like wood? Do you think some of these trees could be fossilized creatures in some way also?
Um, I think the opposite, actually. I think that some of what we know as mountains could
Right.
very well be ancient trees.
I've heard also that the mountains are like what we were seeing before, just big creatures that
I think
laid
it's a
right.
combination of both.
Yeah, it could be. Probably is.
Ooh, sanding is so much fun. At least that's what I tell myself.
I thought you were going to say, I tell my son.
I felt like shit yesterday
Yeah.
after not putting on a fucking mask. Not the smartest thing I've ever done. Yes,
Yeah.
that worked out. That worked out something fine.
Yeah, I can't. Looks like I can't use my mic on my headset. For some reason, it cuts your sound out.
Yeah, my battery's dying. I'll stay on for a little bit. I can probably move upstairs, then I can switch. I
Oh,
got
you
work
can.
upstairs.
Yeah.
And there's a charger up there.
You doing the whole house?
No, just touch ups here and there. That way, if we do decide to sell it, we can be ready for it. And if we don't, we'll just, it's all stuff that needed to be done. And, like a new door knob and stuff. It's in the hood, so it's not like these things should be ignored.
Yeah. Jason says, I'll look back for this guy's channel. He has all these pieces of rock and mountains, and he proves that they are trees without a doubt. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of like Devil's Tower, especially. Without a doubt, to my mind, that has to be a tree. And if so, who cut it down and who
And then
cut
it
it flat?
just fossilized, you think, from there?
No, it was a different type of tree, I think.
Oh,
Because if the pressures were different, if the gases were different, the trees would be different, the people would be different, everything would be
right,
different. But you
right,
change the sauce and the meal changes.
right, which makes sense.
That's why you can have Chinese chicken and also Italian chicken.
Right, just depending on the spices you use.
Yep, the chicken doesn't change.
You're right. And it's kind of like what that guy was talking about earlier, is, like the blood and stuff that, you know, goes into the soil, and the soil uses that protein
Yep.
for one thing or another.
Well, why do you bury fish in the ground? It's because it works.
Right.
And how did we learn that? Maybe by seeing a giant fucking fish with shit growing around it?
Yeah. Well, it was pretty convincing too how he showed all that green around, those large things, for lack of a better word.
And I'll tell you, feather meal, what he's talking about with feather meal, he's absolutely right. You green that shit up with feather meal.
Right, which makes sense because there would be a lot of more or less bone meal in the feather, of the frame of the feather, and then other nutrients in the feather, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you ask any grower or anything, they'll know what feather meal is, whether they use it or not. They're not really after that aspect of the plant, but nevertheless, when they're in bed state, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of, like you guys were talking about the other day, using molasses. A lot of pot growers who will use molasses.
Well, it just feels, it feeds the microbiology.
Right. I guess that was on Mose's channel. I saw that on.
Are you over there lurking, Larry?
Co-creating.
You can call it what you want. If you're lurking, you're lurking.
No, you're only lurking if you don't. I've lost for words here. If you don't contribute, how about that?
Oh yeah, participation is key. Otherwise, you are lurking. Yeah. And life, much like a strip club, has no free entry.
Yeah, I hate that when that happens. So, kind of off subject, I just thought of this. Last night I go to the store to get some more milk, and I see it's like ice cream and strawberries, and I think it had like strawberry, cake in the bottom or whatever. And I thought, oh, I want these. I kind of had the munchies, and I don't really get the munchies very often, so I went and I bought two, and I put them both in one in each pocket. I get on my little bike. As soon as I get on it, the one on my right pocket fell out and hit the ground, and it was all gone. And on one hand, I felt like saying something to the clerk, and I thought, oh, fuck it, it's my fault. I did it. I got to take responsible for it. So I picked up the cup and I threw it away, cleaned up the mess as much as I could, came home, had my hand on the other one the whole way, because I'm like, please don't let me drop this one.
That's funny.
So I get home and I eat it, and I'm like, damn, I wish I wouldn't have dropped that second one. Yeah, it's kind of funny because both my electric bikes, I burnt the motor up on. I got one left, but it's not even really mine. I made it for her. It's got little 16-inch wheels, but that thing does like 38 miles an hour. And I'll tell you, it gets scary when you past 30. Anything past 30, it gets kind of scary on those little wheels. Hers is actually was the fastest bike of them all.
Damn, there's a lot of sanding on this one joint.
Yeah, that some of the times the joints are the hardest.
Well, it was really damaged.
Yeah. Did you do the prep work or did somebody else?
I did.
Yeah. That's definitely, especially in painting, that's where it's really at, is in your prep work. Well, actually, a lot of different things it's in your prep work, but definitely in painting.
Well, I had to. I didn't. I could have done it a different way, and there would be a little less sanding, but it's more evasive, and so it is what it is. I'm almost done with this hallway.
There's some things I can do pretty damn good, and there's other things I'm not very good at. And drywall wasn't one of them. I could put the wall up and stuff, no problem, but the jointing and making it look, seamless and all that wasn't my forte. I'm sure if I did it more, I could, get better at it. But I'm just,
You see that?
yeah, that's good.
I can see the last repair right here of the same
Yeah,
spot.
yeah, I can kind of see it. And then over to the right is like nothing.
Yeah, I do pretty decent drywall work.
Kind of like the first time I tried doing body work, I figured out real quick I shouldn't do body work.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is.
Your components are different, but not even really, because I use fiberglass mesh tape.
Right.
And I use mud instead of fiberglass. Nevertheless, the process is the same.
Right.
Either place. Because you put it on, you take it down. You put it on, you take it down, and the object is to get it flat and smooth.
Right.
Well, now we have charger.
Cowabunga, dude.
It'll be nice to get this done anyways. As of lately, this has been the bane of my existence.
Yeah. So, that picture of those batteries I sent you a while back, they still have those on sale, and I think those would be a good investment because they're only like a buck for two batteries, and they're already wired together, and they have a BMS on them. So that's like a lot of pluses that it have going for it.
As far as buying anything, I'm definitely going to have to be waiting until spring gets
Yeah, no,
rolling.
I'm sure
But
they're,
if they're still on sale, then yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not, like I said, they always have something else. They just brought these other batteries back. I've been buying these one batteries from them for about 4 or 5 years, and I thought they were out of them. I've seen that they've been selling big pallets of these batteries, but I was buying them for like $60, $80 for a battery, but now they're down to like, I think $30 or something.
That ain't bad
You're
at all.
Oh no, it's probably if you had to buy it retail, it'd be a minimum of, I'm thinking $400 to $600. And what's really good about these batteries is they were both medical and server rack batteries, and in those fields they have to go through a lot of tests and be certified for different things to be able to be in that environment. I'm going to mute this while the train goes by. I know, heaven forbid if I'm respectable, right? Ruin my image.
Damn, with as close to that train that you are, you probably enjoy the chemicals just by having it pass you.
I never really smell nothing, but I can tell when they're carrying, the heavy loads, because I swear there's been a few trains, they were a couple miles away, and I could feel the ground shaking just because of all the weight. What I think what's really weird too is we only have one track here that runs by my house, but both freight and passenger trains run on the same track.
Yeah, that's not too uncommon.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I figured it probably, would be like one track for freight, one track for passengers or whatever, but apparently not. Usually the passenger trains aren't as heavy.
No, not by any means.
We had one train go by here, I swear it had fucking 8 locomotives.
Sometimes they use locomotives as braking locomotives.
Right, but either way, you figure if they have to have that many in it, it's got to be a lot of fucking weight.
Yes, but what I'm saying though is it might not be that they're for power.
Right, no. But like I'm saying, either way, if it was for power or braking, to have that,
That's a lot of weight.
Right.
Yeah, I get you.
And that's why I said there's been some, I swear, were a couple miles away, and you could hear the thud, thud, and you'd feel every time it went thud, thud, the ground would shake, and the closer the train got, the more the ground would shake. And the thud, thud's got to be where the tracks are pieced together.
Yep. There's a couple of different ways to do it. I personally think they should be required to go to ribbon rail for all of it. And that's where they thermite weld them. So it's seamless.
You mean like one rail in the middle type thing?
I mean, like the weld on the rail,
Oh,
there
themselves?
you can't
Okay.
see.
Right, right. I think, yeah, if they did that, it would be safer.
It would provide less wear and tear on the wheels,
Right, that
and
also.
therefore the tracks and everything else in line. So yeah, it would definitely be safer.
Well, I chose to use that word because of all the things that are supposedly been going on lately. I cannot confirm or deny if any of them actually have happened, or if they didn't happen, or if they did happen. So, sticking to it. No lifelines needed. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna get going.
All right, you take care, man.
All right, you too.
Come in. All right. Well, I think I'll show the rest of this one video, and if nobody joins in or whatever. Oh, hey, Jason. Good to see you, man. Did you see any of this video I was showing earlier? You muted.
Yep, I saw some of it. I forgot I always mute it because I don't want to fuck up nobody's stream. I always do that, but when I first go on.
Not a problem.
So what you been up to?
About 6'2".
I'm up to
All right.
5'9", I think. 5'9" and a half, I
Damn.
think.
So you're getting to be a big boy now, huh?
Yep.
All right, we'll start this video. Oh wait, I gotta share first. Fucking space
Yeah, I think
cookie.
I'm gonna come up that your way, man. When I leave here, fuck it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm
That'd
gonna
be
take me.
awesome.
I got money to it. I don't give a fuck. You know, I've never been up to that part of the country. I got thousands of dollars, so I don't give a fuck. You know, and I'm selling a bunch of shit, so I'm gonna have a bunch more money before I leave here.
That's cool. How many cars have you gotten rid of?
I ain't got rid of none yet, but I know. So trust me, I got people already want everything. Everything that I had, they already want. You know what I mean? It's already all spoken for.
That's cool, dude. I'm happy for you.
I'm just saying, it ain't gonna be
Yes,
hard because you know what I mean. My brother wants. He wants my one of my cars.
Yeah, I
And
thought
then my
thinking about leaving too.
yeah, and then you know that damn Mustang. You know how easy them are to get rid of.
Yeah, I thought your brother was thinking about leaving there too.
Yeah, he was thinking about it, but I just don't see it happening, man. You know what I mean? He's not really much for action. You know what I mean? He says a lot of shit.
Yeah, right on. All right, man. I'm gonna start this video back up.
I
A pin. So this would retract in here. So now you got your pointer and it's coming back like this. It's going to end up being sticking basically straight on. You get near it, whack, you're done. Now when it died, it just twisted as far as it could go this way. There was nothing to squirt into, which normally there'd be a thing here and it would squirt right into it. And it just dribbled out of there. And this is squirtillion. That is just some kind of fluidy, gooey death. You see it? It has no real structure to it. It's just some kind of globular stuff that squirted out of his Scorpzilla's tip. Comes right over. Some of it went down this way. It could be spreading out. You know, Tyson could be right. It could be spreading out a little bit. I'm not adverse to that. But this is absolutely Scorpzilla's tail. It's absolutely his injector. It absolutely has a pin. It absolutely has a retraction spot. It absolutely has the look and the texture and everything else. And this right here is the rectum. Exactly where you expect it to be. And guess what its name is? It's Mount Spur. I'm going to show you. And you can say, oh, you're going to have to show me pooping. I could show you the thing is pooping. It's still pooping to this very day. It went off in 1992. I think it was 92. It went off really powerfully. And that area was very active. I was up there in 68 to 70 in Anchorage. Hold on one second. All right, when I say they use pins, they use them all over the place. That's a pin. That's a pin. This is the ankle of one of the no toes. These are the no toes. This is one here. Now there's a pin right here. I know you probably can't see it well. That little circle right there. And I believe there's springs in this one as well. But I'm pretty sure that's a pin right there. But they have them, and this, of course, is a no toe. And we have lots of these. I mean, lots and lots and lots. Some of them are a little different than other ones. I have here personally, I think 3 or 4 different styles. This is just one of them. And I think this is probably a different style, but I'm not sure though. This is the hide that covers this foot. And this pin right there is, I believe, the same sort of pin that Scorpzilla's using. They, somebody constructed these things. I don't know what. All I can tell you is what I see. You see this? I'm talking about a lot of them. This is a whole leg, and here's all these same kind of pins. This is some kind of a tendinous material, and in between, it's flush with a bloody, fleshy, muscles. And here's this one here. This is really, really cool. You see this back here? That is that's our heel bone. This strap runs straight up to the bone that comes right down to your foot so your foot can do all that kind of stuff. And that is a tendon. Now, look carefully. You got to pay attention to the details. You see this tendon right here? You see that strap? It's attached back here, just exactly like it is on our foot. Oops, let me back out here just a smidge. You see this tendon ball? Exactly identical to our foot with a little, really gnarly spot at the bottom to give you that, the heel bone. Now, this is the strap that keeps this pulled up tight to a bone that comes down from above. This strap is a tendon. A tendon has this tendency. Isn't that interesting? Tendency. Oh, it's amazing. Now, this is tendon. This is what's called the abrupt transition, and that is the wrinkle zone. Now, you can see it's the same fiber, but it's all wrinkled up. And that's because these are under tension. They pull tight against that bone. That bone would have sit. sat right there in this cradle. So it was, I got some phone around here somewhere.
I guess I should say that with the mic on. What I was saying, anybody in the studio here is more welcome to interject on the video what you think, if it's possible what he's saying, not possible. All
I
point
think
of views are accepted. What's that, Jason?
I think it could be possible. Some of it, I mean, maybe not everything, but no, not everybody knows everything, but it's possible.
Well,
Because I've watched.
he's definitely making a lot of sense, and I could see. I mean, I know nothing about the anatomy, and I could see what he's pointing out pretty clear.
And he studied that shit, like anatomy, so he knows the people, your body, and how it's
Yeah,
made, and he's found things that look like the tissue, all kind of different things.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna start the video. I'll be at the side. I gotta get my dog from outside.
So,
Well, just think of it this way. There's a bone sitting in this cradle right here, your leg bone. And that strap comes right up to it. I think I showed it before. I have another shot of it somewhere. And these here are springs. Now we have bones and tendons that do the pulling and muscles. These appear to have springs. This one loaded up once, then that one loaded up after this one loaded, and there's like little metal tabs in here. There's these, you see that? There's wires that run around up to another metal tab up there with a wire. This one has the same sort of situation coming around. But other than that, it's anatomically like us, but no toes in the front. The toes are like little sausages; they just fall off, and that's what pushes this up. It loads this spring up. Once that spring loads up, it pulls this in along with this loader, and that starts to pull this in into this cavity.
Since there's more people in the chat, I'll let you guys know that you're more than welcome to interject about the video at any time. Your point of views, comments, beliefs, disbeliefs, they're all accepted. We have what's this guy's name again? I forgot. I apologize. Oh yeah, Mud Fossil University. Please like, subscribe, and share. And this video is used for entertainment purposes only. Thank you.
And then when you let off on it, everything drops down by itself. Pretty nice setup, actually, to be honest with you.
Afraid to open email attachments or make payments online because of cyber threats? Your computer runs slow and it keeps crashing.
All right, this is a little bit embarrassing, but it's true. This is Scorbzilla's rectum. It's called Mount Spur, and I could show you that thing pooping. And it is an avian anatomy, so it's called a cloaca. All right, we're going to look at Mount Spur in a moment, but this is all avian creatures, and I believe all or most reptiles have cloacas. You see what a cloaca is? That's the male and the female. You really can't tell the difference just by looking at them. They actually have people that actually sex chickens when they're little tiny things to see. I don't know how they do it. They somehow know how to tell which is which. So you get your roosters from your hens. But anyway, this is the testes, and this is the way your intestines and your urethra dump down into the cloaca. They sort of come together. Now, same thing with the female. So you have one exit and the two dump together. Now, I'm going to show you Mount Spur, and we have the same thing up there. Now, maybe we can determine whether it's a male or female. I have never really tried to determine that, so let's try and see if we can determine it ourselves. Now, this is kind of rudimentary. Hold on a second. I think I might have a better shot of that. Well, all you know is that the intestine is coming down, dumping right in the middle. All right, this is again, this is an inactive and active ovary system, laying eggs, not laying eggs. But it dumps down here from the intestine. All right. And then there is the urethra, which is your urine, basically. And so that's basically what you got. They dump together and they both come out through the cloaca. And there is, on the sides of the cloaca, there are glands usually.
Like I said, you guys' comments and point of views are more than welcome. Please join in.
And they're, what do you call them? Anal glands. They're anal glands. And they secrete something or they absorb something at the rectum, but we're going to look into that now. So we're sort of getting deep into the poop right now. And I hope I mentioned.
Okay, let's get to the point there, guy.
Up there, and she was in somewhere in the digestive system in Alaska. And she's quite ill, and I don't think it had anything to do with being in the digestive system, but we just hope for the best for her. You know, she's young, she's brilliant, and she's motivated. And I have found that most of these people that have these really intense, aggressive problems with their immune system, it's because they don't have the correct bacteria and the correct enzymes to fight off the invaders. You need enzymes, and the only way you have an enzyme is to have a bacteria. That's it. I'm telling you, that's a fact. And if you don't have the enzyme, which is so advanced, it's unbelievable. But if you have that enzyme, it can go out and it kills the invaders, and you have no problem. You don't get sick. But if you don't have the bacteria, then you're in trouble. Now, we're going to get into the poop. All right, here's Mount Spur right here. Where you'd expect it. Here it is right there. You know, there's the body, and everybody's sort of got a buttocks, and this happens to be it right here. Mount Spur. Now, what is this right here? I don't know. What's this right here? Well, I don't know. Let's see if we can figure it out. Okay, my friends, it is time to take the Tour de Grande. Every time you see these different colors, that is different chemistry. I've shown it a million times. They're all different, little bitty different colors. Some of them are drastically different. Every one of those is related to the biology of your intestinal tract, digestive system, pancreas, gallbladder, liver, all of that stuff interacts with your bodily fluids to give it life-giving stuff or to take out the garbage. Works both ways. Now, we are going to go to the point where it's taking out the garbage. This is where it does whatever it does to extract the food. Basically, that's what happens in your body. Whatever goes into you, 100%, zero is not affected by enzymes. Everything that goes into you is affected by enzymes, which is bacteria, it's everywhere. It's certainly in the wild. But in your body, you have a lot of bacteria, and that's what does this job of breaking all this down. But by the time it gets to Mount Spur, which is a rectum, it's all broken down, and now it has to be discarded. And it is being discarded into Cook Inlet, which is right across from Anchorage. That's the outlet of this digestive system. Now, we're going to go right in here and look. And this, whoops, I'm sorry, this is the one where outlets in here. All right, primarily. There is something going on here. We're going to have to discuss that later. But this is Mount Spur. And it blows out here, and it runs down here. All that stuff runs out and down here into this spot right here, which is poop. That's poop. Now, let me come right in close. right, that's Mount Spur. It blows out and it comes down this way. It runs down here. Whoops. You see it? It runs right down here and runs right into whatever this is. This is another secretion that's mixing with the poop. But Spur poops out right there.
I'll interject one more time. Make sure I'm talking. People in chat are more than welcome to interject, give your point of views, your thoughts, your beliefs, disbeliefs, whatever they are. Your opinions are more than welcome. Thank you.
All right, follow it down again. Here it comes down, here it comes down, here it comes down. And it swishes right into this. Now, down here, it shows itself as the brown stuff that it is. You see it? It's not just a glacier. That's poop.
Wow.
All right, and this is where it starts to. Some other chemistry happens here. Now, if there's an avian person, we're going to go back and look at the anatomical structures here because it looks very similar. Now, so this is the poop part, the feces. This is, to me, it looks like the urinary tract. You see all this? I'm sure that's fluids. And it's coming out of these colored little secretion areas. All right, it looks like a glacier, but it's not just a glacier. And this right here has something else to do with it too. Now, I don't know what, but these are some kind of a gland area or whatnot. I'm telling you, this is biology. I don't care what anybody says. Now, if you have a avian anatomist or a reptile person that understands this biology of the digestive system and the excretory system, which is this is what it is. They come together and then they feed out through one spot, which is the cloaca. That's right there. And this I can shock you to the core with. Because right down here, this is the anal ducts, glands. You see this? On both sides, they're the same. And they either extract fluids or do something. But you see this one here? There's one over here too. Exact same thing. Now, when they look at this kind of, topography, what are they thinking? This is, you know what I'm saying? This is totally different because it's an anal gland. See, that's a gland and that's a gland. This is the abrupt transition. All of this stuff down here works on this chemistry going by. And all of these digestive juices going out from different areas are being worked on by these glands, it appears to me. And there's a whole batch of stuff going on dumping into this duct. So it's not just Mount Spur being the rectum, but it does appear to be that's the case. And there's all kinds of other chemistry going on there. This is something feeding into here. All right, this is not normal, just, look at this.
Now I'm wondering though, is it actually dumping into the water or is it taking something out of the water? What do you think, Jason?
I don't know about that, but that's just an old, like he said, that's an old life form from a long time ago.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think that if it's dumping something into that, what to me looks like water, why can't it be utilizing the water also? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's no telling how it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
Tufton
crazy.
is bio.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, some crazy stuff that he shows you. And I've watched a lot of his videos because I've been subscribed to this guy for years.
Yeah, I just found out about him.
Logically.
Go ahead, I apologize.
Just like the other guy that I was telling you about, but I can't find him. I think I think he got nabbed or something because I can't find him on here anymore.
Could be. You know how that works.
And that was some really, really good. This guy was really good at what he did, man. He really, dude, gold, everything comes from trees, old trees that are just old from like thousands of years ago. And he had in this rock, he found gold inside this rock that he ripped off the side of a mountain or whatever. It's freaking crazy.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start this again.
Yeah, he found some gold veins in the rock.
Yeah, that's cool.
Reacting in this area. On a massive scale, on a scale that nobody could even start to think about until you really start to realize what's going on. This is all a digestive system. All of this stuff here is feeding in. What the different biology of this particular creature is, I don't know. But I can tell you that's exactly where you'd expect the digestive system to be, or at least where he poops. I don't know, it's a big creature. Is it the whole thing was here? I don't know. But I'm saying the way I can see it right here is this is obviously part of his body. And it all feeds into the tail, and the tail just keeps going and going and going. And some of it's above the ground and some of it's below. I really haven't dug too deep into this to look, see about any scales or anything, but there might be something here that is pretty obvious. I don't know. But that is, I would say, no question, that's part of his body. And it runs right along with the spine of his Scorpzilla tail. And that, again, is the pin. I think I showed you the feet and all that. It's almost like a flat plate. It's snapped in with a pin. And that would be exactly where the rotation point would be. Exactly. So if you took that, and you rock that back just like this, it would fit right into this pocket. That stuff looks squishy. I mean, it is squishy. You can see it's squishy. That would dip right in there, so you'd have a point sticking out. All set up to spring onto something. And when it died, it just unloaded on its own. And it had nowhere to squirt, so it just gushed out into the ocean here. So I think I've shown Scorpzillas pretty for sure. And again, that particular spot we just looked at was the rectum and its mouth spur right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the poop, and that's the urinary area, and that's the discharge of the two of them together. And if you look at the anatomical,
Got problem with Apple ID? Remove Apple ID without password using Tenorshare forward key. Click Unlock Apple ID.
you got the urethra and you got the deferent duct, which is, well, this is a male reproductive system. Let's just look at this way. There's one that shows them both at the same time. I might have already showed you this. But what it is here's you got your urinary system hooked into your intestinal duct. Same in both male and female. Well, this is female. It's just, don't worry about it. They're both the same. Only one of them has testes and one of them doesn't. So They come through the intestine, and it feeds into with the urinary duct. See, urethra? The two of them feed together and they dump out. Now, I was showing some other things here. If somebody knows about this stuff, whether this is a male or female, or, you know, somebody should know more about it than me, because I'm not an avian person. I don't know that much about it, other than what I just showed you. And that's basically what we're looking at. Something's dumping in here between these two ducts, whatever those are. Something's coming down here, whatever this is. It's a chemistry from wherever this area is. And then it mixes here to do whatever it does to clean up or break down or I don't know what it does in this area, but it creates chemistry. And this is where it starts to flow out of its area. See that? See this area here? This area here, right in the middle, is just like a little poop area. And it comes down here, and it secretes down this way. And whatever happens over here is the mix. This comes down to a certain area, and apparently at this point here, down here somewhere, it just breaks it down and does something to it. And causes it to come out in these little spots in front. See it? And then everything mixes together and flows down. Now you got a bulb here. What this is, I don't know. Is this something different? Is there some special activity going on here? Absorption or something? Whatever all this stuff is, I have no idea. But there's so much complexity to creatures' bodies and to the systems that make them operate. Very, very difficult for the average mind to even consider it. Those look like trees.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's coming down here, and it comes out and feeds into the ocean. Like I say, I believe there's ducks at the bottom, and all of this stuff is doing some kind of chemistry down here. And that's exactly what happens in your colon and in your rectum. There's like glands, just like this, that absorb or discharge whatever they do. And there's one on this side, and there's one on that side. And that is just the way it works in the digestive system and the excretory system, of which this is both. All right, Scorpzilla, Mount Spur, just a phenomenal world we live on that's just never been thought of or considered. This is the monster of all monsters.
Welcome to the room. Your thoughts are more than appreciated. Thank you.
3,700 miles from here to there. It's twice the size of Typhon in the desert. Okay, so here is Mount Spur, and this is when it erupts, it really erupts. And what is an eruption? Well, it's the same thing that happens in your gut. Now, here's what it looks like when it erupts. Look at this. Because all of that stuff is backed up, and it's got to go somewhere, and it pops. When it does, it's a disastrous explosion, which, as you can see, and it covered Alaska with, Anchorage with deep. It caused all kind of problems. All right, this is ultra cool. This is MBMDH03. It's only got 3 subscribers, and 153 views. But this is Mount Spur, Upper Crater Pass number 2. Now, This is the cloud banks way down there. Now watch this. They're going to be coming up to the rectum, which is here. Now they're going to be looking inside at the actual tissue, which is the fibers that make up the wall of the internal part of the rectum. All right, you see the red? That's blood. Now they'll be coming back, I think.
So, in other words, he's saying that's his Benvolio.
Yep. Crazy.
Maybe not.
What if I told you could get approved up to $6,000 with bad credit, and all you have to do is...
No, they're not.
Cornholio.
This is, you see that?
Cornholio!
This right here.
You can see the damn tissue, though.
What that is,
Go.
is literally fibers that make up that anal duct.
Wow.
All right, and that's how your body is designed. This has to be able to go this way and that way and flex this way and that way, and they're all in these fibers. All right, so what has happened inside that rectum to explode like that violently? It's nothing more than spontaneous combustion, like a compost pile. And they say, you know, normally you don't have this kind of compression, but this kind of volume and that kind of, you know, restriction, and it's going to explode. That's what these explosive volcanoes are. There's different types of volcanoes. Hawaii is different than this one. This one is an exploding digestive system. Other ones have different bodily organs that are just festering open, and they're bubbling and boiling, and they do have chemistry going on that creates all that, you know, magma, yes. But these are explosive. Same with Mount St. Helens. Now, this is, they get in these temperatures and they just combust and pow, and it goes off like that. And that's what happened to Mount Spur. And there's a lot more to this story. This is kind of funny because I was right across the street from there. I was in Anchorage for a couple of years, a long time ago, and I never even knew about Mount Spur. I didn't, no idea. And when I started researching the volcanoes and what was coming out of them, because I wanted to know what are they pooping? As soon as I put in volcano, I forget what I did, spectral analysis, something like that. The first thing that popped up was Mount Spur. It blew me right out of my socks. I never expected. I said, well, what is this Mount Spur? And then I started digging in. Sure enough, there it is in Alaska, right where I was. Had no clue. None. Okay, I'm not going to interrupt Tyson. He's going to tell you what he thinks about Scorpzilla and what he thinks about me. Here goes.
Before I start this video, I just want to say I am not upset in any way. I am not raising my voice in any way. None of that. So please don't judge me that way, okay? I am not upset at all. Absolutely none. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to attempt to explain this to where I hope it makes sense and why this is not Scorpzilla. The tail. This is not a tail, okay? I was trying to show you in my first video that a whole bunch of things have pulled away. I was trying to show you the scrape marks where things have pulled away. This piece used to be back connected to this, Roger, okay? This piece here used to be connected to this piece right here, okay? It's pulled away up like this. This piece right here used to be curled back in here. This piece right here used to be sitting right here in this pocket right here, okay? If you come in here and take, remember I told you everything that moves leaves a signature no matter what it is. This, you can see, is part of this. You can see where it dribbled right here, it's part of this. You can see the lines right here where this piece pulled out away from this piece, okay? if you come in here, you're going to see some lines right here. This piece used to be wrapped back up in here, okay?
That's what he said.
So when this whole piece pulled away from this piece, these came apart and this pulled apart. This was the last piece to snap, was right here. This piece pulled apart, and that's why you see this coming to a point right here and this coming to a point right there, okay? Because this piece pulled apart. If you cannot see that this is part of this, then I don't know what to tell you. And you can come in here and you can see the lines where this piece moved out of it. It was sitting right in here, right in this pocket right here. And this was all connected to this, okay?
Oh, I don't see it.
It's not a tail. This piece used to be part of this piece. You can come in here and see this used to be wrapped, this piece used to be wrapped right back up into here, okay? And when this whole...
I don't see what he's trying to show us. I think the other guy's point of view is more accurate, if lack of better words. I lost Jason.
Whole piece pulled a piece. When this whole piece pulled apart from this piece, that was the last piece to snap. It's not a tail, Roger. You can come in here and it's so... I showed it to Becky. I showed it to my wife, and it's so obvious to her it's not even funny. Okay? You can see lines right here from where this piece headed that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is the line?
So this piece is actually part of this piece over here. It's all one piece. It's not. That's not a tail. That's just a piece that peeled out away from that piece, and this piece peeled out away from there. That's what's going on. Okay. It's so obvious it's not even funny. It's left a signature of where it left. This has left a signature of where it snapped apart. Come on, man. All right. Hope that helps. There's my evidence of it not being a tail. Anybody can see what's going on here when you come down and really think about it. Okay. Before I start this video...
All right, so before he starts that video, he's not upset in the slightest. Now, what do you think? I'll leave it up to a poll by the audience. Did I make my case, or did Tyson make his case? You decide.
All right, people, it's been a great broadcast. I got stuff I got to take care of. I can't sit here all day. I hope you enjoyed. I hope we can do more tomorrow and learn, provide, and share. Thank you all very much. You have a great day and a better tomorrow. Take care.